Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are having a good afternoon. Welcome Thunders, welcome Major Surge. Who else we got here, fellas? Welcome Sue, Marco, Citizen Red, Jamie, Ease, and everybody else is currently here. Hopefully you guys are doing all right. I know. Okay, so let's address the elephant in the room here. I imagine a lot of people are sitting here going, "Wait a minute, why am I on Dungeonborne?" Well, after playing Dark and Darker for the two streams that I played, to be honest with you, the range and speed meta that is still very much a thing in that game, to be honest with you, just isn't very fun. I was hoping that maybe some of the range and speed, I was hoping it would be addressed by now, but the reality is it's still just so heavily skewed. I can already see where the game balance wise is going to be heading until some things change. So, for the time being, I am personally going to spend today, instead of playing Dark and Darker, like I was originally going to, just playing some games, mostly for fun. And outside of that, I want to make a community list today. So, I've been in talks a little bit with Hellhammer. They have watched some of my videos before, and I have talked to them a little bit. I talked to them to get codes and other things such as that. Uh, so I'm thinking I'm gonna make a community list, because I know they're at least, believe it or not, they're actually still active. I don't know why they haven't been active talking with the community, but they're definitely still around. I'm not entirely sure why, community-wise, like Discord-wise, they've been so silent, but I can tell you that they have, at the very least, I know they're still around. So I am going to spend today pretty much getting from you guys suggestions. I'm going to build a list, and I'm going to try my best to try to get everything possible. It may or may not be read. The developers don't know that I'm even building a list. This is just something that I thought about doing to try to give them some suggestions. And of course, we can go over ones that have already been said, and maybe we can also brainstorm on ones that have not also been said as well. So anyway, that is the plan for today. Uh, for now, since people are probably still joining and all of that fun stuff, I think we're just gonna get started with a game here, and we'll just kind of go from there. It looks like castle's open. That's fine. Just give me a second to figure out what I want to do here. I think my set's pretty much good. We're not running anything too crazy here. Aside from the mace, it's just random, like, purples, pretty much. Am I gonna try the new fighter skill? I tried it, but I think Battle Cry is better for this build. So personally, here, I can show you what it does in the training room, but personally, I don't think I'm gonna use it in gameplay. There we go. Wait, what? Alright, okay. Alright, so Laceration is the new fighter, or I'm sorry, Rupture is the new fighter. You hit someone, it does a immediate damage, and then they take damage while running. I tried to justify this over Battlecry, but I think Battlecry has to be better than this. I think. I don't know if the damage is high enough. So I've seen some gameplay, some video clips of hitting someone with Rupture, and they just kind of walk away and just eat the damage, and you still can't catch them anyway. Especially rogues. I think if you want to play like range crossbow fighter where you're heavily relying on something like Rupture or range, I think it's better to just play rogue because they just do way more damage at range. So, I don't know. To be honest, I kind of just feel like Battlecry is better. Kind of the general thought that I have at the very least. Yeah, I tried Rupture, and I just kept sitting there thinking, wow, I wish I had Battlecry. Oh, I tried Mace Shard deck without shield. I can show you that too if you like. It's the same, or like it doesn't do anything. So yeah, if you don't have shield, When you swing the weapon, it just, nothing happens. It's just a normal mace swing. There's nothing special. And you can actually, okay, I guess I can't show you in lobby, but the thing tells you that it only works with a shield. So including like orb and other things like that, it does not work. It only works if you have a shield attached. You can't use this mace for classes like priest, for example, because you can't equip a shield for priest. The crossbow was when I was testing. So the crossbow was because I was testing rupture. So rupture, I think, would only be useful with crossbow. Now I'm just kind of using it just to have a ranged option. So that's kind of just, that's why I'm using it. It's nothing too crazy. I'm just using it literally just because I want the option to have range if, like, maybe a druid's camping their tree, or, like, maybe, like, someone's, like, one shot and I, like, can't quite get to them. I noticed I really just wasn't using my two-handed sword very much. I think it's because, I mean, I don't need it. Like, the mallet is strong enough. If someone's gonna parry me to death, that's fine. I'll just accept it. I kind of just want the crossbow utility. Also, having the critical strike damage is not bad. It's really not bad at all. Alright, anyway, we good to go? There was a lot of good suggestions from Wolfion's recent video. They should consider some of those. Oh, really? Maybe I'll have to look into that. I don't know who Wolfion's is. Is that a content creator? Or is that someone in the Discord channel? You know what's sad? Or what's funny? As dead as people keep saying this game is, still find it more fun than Dark and Darker right now. So I'm just gonna hope that the developers figure out what to do with this game and kind of go from there. I would honestly rather just play a different game than Dark and Darker at this point. The range and speed meta have not changed. Like, it's the same game with a slightly different coat of paint because of Ruins. And don't get me wrong, I like Ruins. I think it looks cool. But the meta, man, the solo meta, I can't, it's just not fun to me anymore, man. After playing this game and realizing that there are ways to balance the game outside of removing your clothes mid-fight to get more movement speed on other players, I don't know, at that point I kind of realized that, like, there are some very flawed mechanics in Dark and Darker that, to be honest, I just don't want to deal with anymore. I've learned that there's actually better ways to balance the game than they have, so I don't know. I'm kind of just in a boat where, like, I'd rather just wait for them to fix the game properly. Oh, okay. So, between games, I'm gonna start making a list. This is gonna be what the suggestions part of this stream is gonna be about. And then we'll kind of go from there. I'm just giving people time to, like, you know, join. And we'll kind of, I'll start asking for suggestions and stuff. You know, I will say, considering Dark and Darker just wiped, I noticed the Twitch viewership on this game is very low. But the player count is actually not that bad. I think it was sitting at like 7,000. I think it was like 9,500 at peak. That's not that much lower than like top 100 Steam games. I'm very surprised that the player count is still as high as it is. Especially considering Dark Darker just wiped. It actually gives me hope that if they make this game and they do good balance changes and content updates with a wipe, that this game can actually recover a player base back. Because right after wipe, well, yeah, I know ranked games. I know everyone's playing Dark and Darker because of wipe, but that's kind of my point, right? My point is that I'm surprised that there's so many people still playing this game when Dark and Darker, the true competitor to this game, just wiped. You know, I was expecting this game to fall to like 3,000 or lower players, and yet here we were earlier this morning at almost 10,000 players. So it's not as dead as people think it is, but it still needs desperately changes to make this game good again. Like desperately needs changes. It's not like I'm oblivious to the facts. It's yeah, I'm not oblivious that that Dungeonborne needs changes. Uh However, I think it's in a little bit of a not as bad spot, I guess is the only way I can think of saying it, that people think it is, or are acting like it is. Like, it's not a dead game. A dead game doesn't have 10,000 players on at one time, like, as a peak. Like, especially considering everything that's going on, it's just not the case, you know? But, again, that said, there are very, very many things that need to be balanced and changed. So I'm not at all advocating for that kind of thing. I'm fully aware and also agree that we really, really need some updates, such as like set bonuses being too strong and the way that cryo scales with endgame gear, just as like an example that everyone kind of already knows exists and is a problem. Hey, SA, welcome. Hey, Ash. Compared to playing on West, the new server is so much more fun. Yeah, I feel bad for South America. I think South America needs to be its own server. Like, I don't think South America, they don't get the kind of ping to play on these servers. They just can't do it. I feel bad for them. That's kind of one thing that I want to put on the suggestion list, even though, like, everybody's saying it, but I still think it's worth talking about. South America needs its own server. I don't know. It seems like there's enough people that I've said. I don't know if the devs have some kind of feedback that South America servers were dead, but I don't know. Based on the feedback I've seen, it just feels a shame that it seems like they're just not. That they're just kind of. I don't know. Just feel like they just kind of can't play the game anymore. They're stuck. A little rusty here. I feel rusty because I've been playing Dark and Darker. It's not a dead game, but a game like this does need sizable community to keep going. Yes. Yes, it does, Silk. Absolutely. I mentioned this the other day, even. These kind of games live and die on the community because the games are based on PvP. So here's the thing. Single-player games do not need to have a higher player count to be fun. Like, I can go and load up, like, I don't know. I could go and load up Elden Ring at any period of time and have fun with it, because even if there's one player playing the game, being me, the game is single player. So I can play it to my heart's content, and it does not matter in the slightest who is playing the game with them. This kind of game, though, this game is live and die based on PvP / the community. So, like, if this game dies, or I'm sorry, yeah, so if this game player count-wise dies, it does not matter how fun you think or don't think a game is. It just doesn't matter, because the game needs players to survive. Hi, Lich. What you doing here, Lich? What you doing, buddy? What's up? Casual needs to drop greens. I agree too. I think casual needs better loot. So after this game, we'll start the initial community list and we'll go from there. So make sure, so hold the suggestions a little bit. Well, I mean, we can talk about them now, but I'm not gonna start, I'll write them down like between games. People who prefer PvE. I honestly think this game would benefit from a separate PvE server. You know, they're doing this whole realm server thing. Instead of going the realm route, I really think they could have just done, like, some kind of separate PvE thing. I know people like to joke and say that, like, yeah, this game is all PvP, so PvE doesn't matter. But I don't think it's a bad thing to give people an outlet to play. And, you know, it could also just be, like, private-type matches, too. Or, like, a separate loot pool. Like, obviously, you shouldn't be able to play PvE and then use that loot for PvP. I think that is a no bueno. But I do think it'd be perfectly fine and acceptable for people to be on a, you know, PvE type server or whatever, where the loot is only gonna matter on those servers. I think that'd be fine. There are enough players for this? For what? For a PvE server? Well, the people who want PvE that don't have it are just not playing the game, so what is the player count? What does the player count matter? If a player doesn't want to play PvP, then they just won't play the game. So why not give a private server just a secondary, why not just give like a little private single player section that has nothing to do progress-wise with PvP, and then they can make money off those players from like cosmetics and stuff for players that want it, that are, you know, instead of just not playing the game at all, at least playing something. Because they're just not gonna play, right? The people that wanted the PvE stuff probably just, they're just gone, right? Now, I will say, Dark and Darker does not have a PvE mode. So, it is not a requirement for them to add a PvE mode to this game. I just think it's honestly not a terrible idea. Not as bad of an idea as what, like, I've seen from other people. I think this game is more casual friendly in the sense of, like, PvE than Dark and Darker. So, honestly, I think it would actually fit in this game, even though the PvE is really easy for people that have played the game. I don't know. I don't think it's a terrible idea to add some kind of, like, separate server that does not have the same progression from PvP. I think that'd be fine. Yeah, Dungeonborne is just more fun than Dark and Darker, man. It just is what it is. We're back. Dude, after experiencing the range meta already appearing yesterday, I just got so, like, drained on the game already. The range meta in solos is just so unfun, and it still hasn't changed. I think I've just played the game for too long to, like, be interested in dealing with it at this point. Well, it's preference, right? It's preference, right? But dude, it's the solo meta, man. It's not Dark and Darker. It's the solo meta. It's so, I don't know how people can enjoy the solo meta. Hey, you Thaffer, good to see you, man. I don't know how people can enjoy the solo meta. I just don't get it. It's all just range and speed. Spam. That's all it is. I don't know. I like the melee combat, and I know this game has its own combat issues, but, like, watching people strip their armor away to run, like, slightly faster when you're about to kill them, and then you physically can't catch them because they're naked, is such a stupid gameplay mechanic. It's so dumb. I don't understand why it's still in the game, and I already have people doing that shit yesterday. The wipe just started, and I already have people stripping their clothes off to like run away from me. It's such a frustrating, it's such a frustrating gameplay mechanic, and I just don't think it's good. I just don't think it's good gameplay. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how anybody enjoys stripping your clothes off mid-combat to gain a speed advantage on somebody so they physically can't catch you, because the game doesn't have a lot of catch-up mechanics outside of, like, very specific, like, skills, like Achilles strike. If you're playing a class like Cleric, you know, and someone takes their clothes off and you're not faster than them, well, sucks to suck, I guess you're not catching them, you know? Just, like, as an example. And that kind of stuff just makes for, like, just not fun gameplay. No, youth. In this game, the gear is based on, the class. So, like, fighters wear plates, rogues wear, like, leather, you know, like a mage wears cloth, but gear does not have, speed values to it. The speed is attached to the class. So if I find an item that's, like, purple, but it has bad stats, and that's not a really good example. What I should say is, like, if you have, like, a chest piece on, there is no move speed attached to this, right? So it gives me stats, but there's no movement speed. So there is never a time where you're gonna see somebody strip off their clothes during a fight. It never happens. It's just, it's not part of the gameplay. Also, you have access to these Thunderclap flasks, which help melee players chase people that are too fast. If these were not in the game, fighters would never in a million years be able to catch a rogue, especially now. Being able to slow down other players in the form of, like, utility stops the game from being 100% speed focused. Like, yeah, if they're fast, they'll still get away from you, and it can be frustrating, but it's better than what Dad has, man. You know, I'm pretty vocal, usually on, you know, things that, like, I think are imbalanced. And, I think the solo meta has just become just unfun for me, personally. I don't know. I really tried to have fun with it. It just didn't do it for me, man. I really did try. Yeah, so that's true. Weapons do reduce your movement speed, but that's fine. Taking off your weapon from your main hand is a perfectly fine way to gain movement speed. I have no issue with that. It's the armor having speed that I don't particularly like. Yeah, so it had been, like, what, a month and a half since I played Dark and Darker. So, like, at first I was having fun, but, like, the very blatant, you know, balance issues very quickly, like, poked their head out, and I was like, okay, well, I don't know. I was just, it just wasn't fun, man. I really just don't like the way I don't know. I just really don't like the way the meta has been divulged, and it continues to be the case. Just don't waste souls anymore? That's not really a... That's not a solution. I like playing solos. If solos in this game is more I mean, I know there's, I'm fully aware there's other, issues in this game. You know, for what it's worth, as much as I cannot stand the set bonus fairy cryo gameplay in this game, it's still more balanced or more fun to play than Dark and Darker. As much as I cannot stand fairy cryos and it needs to be nerfed, I still think it's not as game-breaking as the current meta in that game. As crazy as that sounds, it's one of those, like, if you know, you know. You know, if you've played it yourself, then you know, you'll understand what I'm talking about. If you haven't, then maybe it's hard to understand. But they're, like, frustrating in their own different way. It's weird because as a range class, you find yourself being frustrated that you have to play perfectly for 5 minutes to kill a barb. You know, youth, Funny thing, you mentioned being frustrated against Barb. I played Barb yesterday. I W keyed a Bard. I hit him 6 times with my Blue Horseman's axe, and he proceeded to out DPS me without hitting me with a single bow with nothing but a rapier. Like, I don't even know what Bard. I don't even know what. I feel like Bard is just so incredibly strong. Because what do? The moment Bard hits you with Shriek, I feel like you're just destined to lose that melee fight. So, like, you have to push them. But even through Savage Roar, Bard Shriek is just still stronger. And, like, that at that moment, I realized that, like, even playing the range dominant class, you still just lose solos to other classes in melee. Like Bard. It's great. Like, it's just... It's like, I don't know. That was, like, the wake-up call of realizing that, I don't know. I'm just not playing the game right. It's like, I don't like playing, I don't like playing Bard. Because I don't like the music swapping, but I am definitely, like, playing the game wrong by not playing that class, kind of thing. What's my ping on EU? I don't play EU servers. I guess it's probably, like, 120, 130, like that. Saying streamers are part of the problem is disingenuous and wrong, because Dark and Darker also has streamers that are doing the same thing that you're claiming is killing the game, yet their player count is doing perfectly fine. So, yeah, trying to say that, that streamers are, like a root, that's just not true. Because Dark and Darker has the same exact type of community. You can literally go and find hundreds of videos on YouTube in Dark and Darker titled, "This build is broken," or "This weapon is broken," or something in that range. You can easily find something like that. Alright, I'm just gonna leave. I don't know. The only guy in the lobby is too far out of circle. I was hoping to fight someone else, but no one's coming. Oh well, we'll just reset. Okay. If people take their gear off, you can shoot them. Gee, it's almost like not every class in the game has options to just shoot somebody that runs away. It's almost like that's not always an option, huh? Also, that just proves my point that the game is predominantly based on range and speed. Because your answer is, okay, well, just use range. Not every class has access to that kind of thing. It's not always an option. Not really how that works. Trying to defend the meta of taking off your clothes mid-combat is just silly. Like, that's a really weird hill to die on. Because, like, from a, like, immersion standpoint, it also just feels bad. It doesn't make sense gameplay-wise for you to be removing your clothes in order to gain a speed advantage mid-fight with no downside whatsoever. Because they're already almost dead, right? So, like, the downside of losing stats doesn't affect them because the speed is more important. Taking clothes off mid-fight and trying to defend that as a good gameplay mechanic is wild. Absolutely wild. I did try Rupture, but I really feel like Battlecry is stronger. You think I need to give you think I need to give it another chance? I don't know. I feel like Battlecry just feels better to me, personally. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but between the lifesteal gain and the damage and PDR, I don't know, I feel like it just feels better. They changed the sound of the dice. It's kind of funny. You think Rupture is stronger in most situations? I mean, I don't care if I die and lose this kit. This kit is literally just random purple, so we could try it. I'm convinced that Battlecry is better, but we can try Rupture if you want. I mean, I haven't written off the ability. I just feel like Battlecry's stronger. Show the Mace. All right, I can show it really quick. Fine. And then I'm gonna go ahead and pull up this list that I have. I haven't started it yet, and then we'll kind of take some suggestions. Yeah, so it does a ground slam ability. That does extra damage. It's pretty good. I think it's one of the stronger uniques in the game, to be honest with you. Heavily slept on, compared to what it used to be. People used to think this thing sucked. Myself kind of included. I didn't realize how good it was until I started getting better at the game and realized, like, how ridiculous it is. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Rogue Gale Flight? Oh, I don't have a Gale Flight anymore. I sold it. I don't have a Gale Flight. I can't play that, unfortunately. I sold it when Rogue was doo-doo. When Rogue was like a meme. You can only play it with like a good set bonus. So yeah, I don't have it anymore. Sorry. Okay. Let's pull up a little notepad here, fellas. Okay, it might take me a minute here. Did I buy the Mace? Oh, I bought it. I bought it super early on for 800,000 gold. What do you mean he was doo-doo? Rogue got nerfed. And I just don't think Rogue was worth playing for a while there. But then Rogue got buffed, but I already basically removed my stuff after the buff. Yeah, only 800k. Yeah, super, super cheap. Guys, my notepad's not working. Give me a second. Hello? Do I have to control alt delete my freaking text documents? Why? Why is notepad not working? Of all things to like bug out. Wild. Mm. Yeah, dude, notepad is struggling. I don't know what the I have never seen notepad struggle like this. How much processing power can notepad possibly take? Surely it's like almost none. Like what? Why does notepad like what the hell? Since when? Okay, I think I got it now. Alright, I'm gonna pull this up here real quick. Display capture. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna make a little list here, fellas. This is gonna be a community uh this is gonna be a community list for Dungeonborne of things that we think the game needs. We can kind of talk about it too. Like, not everything on this list will be necessarily given like in a list, because I think I also kind of want to consider it for myself too. And we could also do some voting as well. Yeah, I'm back to DB. I just think it's more fun, man. Like, don't get me wrong. It's a shame that DB isn't like at the player. I mean, honestly, the player count's not even bad right now. It's a shame that the game isn't doing as well as I hoped it would, but I still just have more fun with it, so it is what it is. Oh, okay, yeah. So let's just go ahead and get started. Yeah, the time gate is a super obvious one. We can just add that right off the bat. Time gate for legendaries and unique weapons from bosses need removed. Yes, this is I think everybody here with us right now should agree that this is the case. If you're not aware of how time gate works, when you get a legendary or unique from a boss, there is a timer that starts that no one else in the entire game is physically able to get that item before the timer ends. This needs changed. It's a bad mechanic. Needs revamped. So, yeah, time gate needs to be removed. Probably it should be like a low drop chance, I would say. Yeah, make it a low drop percentage instead. This would heavily incentivize bossing and mini bossing if there was always a chance to get something, even if it's a low chance. Just knowing that something's physically not possible to get just feels bad, right? More lobbies. By more lobbies, you mean South America? Well, yeah, South America really needs. I think that's probably agreed on too, right? South America server. This really should be fixed. South America server, I mean, it's literally unplayable for them to play. There is, like, 200 ping is too much, I think. Like, I really do sympathize for South America. Sure, like, I know there's a lot of people already talking about this, but I really do sympathize with them. I think South America servers are... I think these are required. I really do think these are needed. Absolutely. You know what I think about DICE? I think DICE system, we need a reward. We need a reward for killing someone and then seeing that they have something DICE. You need to get something for that. Reward for players who kill a DICE. It needs to be like a decent reward. Like I need to kill if I kill someone with like a legendary or something, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't feel as bad about not getting the item if I got like something that's super valuable or like valuable enough that it feels worth the time and effort it took me to kill that player, right? Like for example, like a crown or something. If I killed a guy with a legendary and I got a crown for it, I would actually be like, okay, it's a crown. Like that's actually pretty good profit. Something like that. Doesn't have to be a crown, but something for killing a DICE player. Anything, I really think is needed because it feels so bad killing someone and then going, oh, I can't even loot that item, right? You would farm it. Well, it would have to be equal. You would have to, you would have to pay. You would have to be equal to pay. What do you mean, dude? I'm not saying to get more money from it. What do you mean? I'm not saying to get more money from it. I'm saying you would have to pay an equal amount. It wouldn't be duping. It's not more. What do you mean? Let's back up here. I'm not saying that you should get more than what they're paying. It would have to be equal or less than to stop people from farming, right? So for example, if I paid 10,000 gold to dice a legendary and it was always a guaranteed 10,000, then the person who killed you might get like something that's worth like 8 or maybe a purple drop or something, right? Maybe I need to reword this because obviously you guys aren't understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying to just get free loot and then have people just farm it for free, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the price that you're paying to dice, part of that should go to the player that kills you. Do you disagree? Am I off base on that? Do you not think you should get something for killing a dice player that's less value than they paid? Because obviously, if they drop a crown, then you'd have to pay crown price for the dice, right? Same difference. But I'm not saying it has to be a crown. I'm not even saying it should be a crown. That was just like an example, right? Removing dice is honestly, I don't think a good idea. All removing dice does is make it so you'll never see legendaries or uniques again outside of the last couple days of wipe. That's all you're gonna do. It's already in Dark and Darker, where there's no dice system, obviously, and you literally never see uniques. I have been playing solos for 2,500 hours in Dark and Darker, and I have seen like 3 unique items since I started playing. It's not really fun. You never see them. They're too valuable. I think it'd be better to have some kind of reward for somebody that kills to at least like help make it not feel like a complete waste of time to kill that player. I don't know. I don't really have a solution to this. People are running greens with legendaries. Well, you shouldn't have here, let me just go ahead and type that out. No legendaries in casual mode. Surely everybody should agree with me here. People do not ever need to be running casual mode in legendaries. You should never, ever have legendaries here. Are we agreed here? Can we agree with this at least? Is there any reason that anyone should have, or uniques, of course? That kind of goes without saying, but I think casual mode should be for casuals, right? There is absolutely no reason that anyone should be dicing legendaries to go into casual mode to farm new players. Literally no reason. Hell, I would even go as far as saying to cap it at blue. That might be a little bit more of a hot take, but I think maybe even removing purples to help alleviate set bonuses, because I don't think you can get 30 set bonus in blues. I think you need purples. So if you capped it to blue gear, you would stop people from running 30 set bonuses in casual as well. It would only be like maybe like the 10 or 15 set bonus gear. And I think that's a little bit less overwhelming, because most of the things that are overpowered, it's the 30 set bonus. No one complains about 15 Storm Rage. They compare about 30, right? It's the 30 Storm Rage for 200 damage, or the 30 Fairy that like gives you shield and doubles the rate that they come out, right? Turbo's fine without set bonuses. Yeah, but saying that you can, but letting you bring purples in with no set bonuses just feels weird. I feel like at that point it'd be better to just cap it at blue, right? I honestly think capping casual gear to blues and increasing casual loot drops to be more common. Okay. So I think not only should there be no legendaries or uniques in casual mode, we should probably cap casual gear to blues and increase the casual drop rates to be more common under purple. I don't think purple should be common in casual, but I think blues should be more common and green should be more common to see. So it becomes a thing of, if you want purple gear, you have to go to High Roller. But I don't know, does this make sense? What do you think? Am I on point with this? So here, I'll even reword this. Increasing green/blue casual loot drops. What do you think? Is this on point, you think? Also, I think there should be different gear. I think there should be a gear score difference in casual as well. There should be 2 different lobbies in casual mode. I don't know the exact gear number. Maybe we even go like greens, whites, and under, and then blues, or something like that. I don't know if there's a player base to have 3 different pools of matchmaking. In theory, the best way to do matchmaking would probably be grays, blues, and greens. So if you have any greens, you're in the middle tier. If you have any blues, you're in the second tier. And if you have only whites, you're in the bottom tier. I think that would honestly make the most sense. But maybe that's not possible. until player count goes up. So maybe instead you just put a gear score limit on it since that's already in the game and just call it a day. So maybe call it like 10 gear score or 15 gear score. Like under like 15 or under is in one lobby and then 16 or above is in everything else. But then of course blue cap. I don't know what the gear score is of somebody who's in all blues, to be honest with you. I really don't know. Purple drops in classic only for bosses. Oh, you mean casual mode? I could see that. Uh, that's not a bad idea. Mini bosses and bosses drop purples. This would let you farm purples for classic mode with bosses and mini bosses, but would only let you use them for one match if you happen to kill a boss, which I think is fine. Killing a mini boss or a boss for a slight advantage of a purple, if you happen to be able to use it, that's fine, right? But then it gives you like an incentive to be able to use that gear for classic. That is actually a great idea, I think. I don't think purple should just be purples can't be like super common in casual mode. Like that just doesn't work. But I think having bosses drop them is reasonable, right? Because right now, classic mode has an issue of bosses like not dropping loot that's even worth it at all. So I think casual mode being like this is fine. What do you think? Here's the thing though. Blue set bonuses is not as bad as purples. Because blue set bonuses can't go to 30-30, which is where the stuff usually starts to spike, especially with legendaries. If it's only blues with no legendaries, it's actually not that bad, I think. Root time gated loot, already got it right here, buddy. Top of the list. Top of the list. Is there set bonus for a Scray? Well, that's why there would be different. That's why there would be like two different lobbies, right? You don't want the blue set bonus players against grays. So you need like two separate lobbies. One for like grays and greens and one for blues in casual mode, right? Yeah, so I'm not saying for there to be one. It should be similar to Dark and Darker, right? So let's just say, for example, gear score matchmaking for casual. For example, 15 plus or minus gear score. So like this is literally just an example, but there should probably be a separate matchmaking pool. It doesn't have to be 15 because I don't know exactly what your gear score looks like. But I think this number, you could always alter this. But trying to separate gray and green gear players from blues and then giving blue players a place to play casual, I think would be good, right? Separating lobbies. Well, there's already separate lobbies in casual though. But it's a hidden separation though. Right now, we don't know what the separation is in casual. The problem is that people are bringing in legendary loot into casual mode and it's letting them abuse the system in order to get into lobbies with people with gray gear. So I'm offering three different suggestions to try to help casual gameplay. No legendaries or uniques, capping to blues, increasing blue green drops, which are not super useful in high roller, and then adding mini boss and purples to incentivize farming in those lobbies. But it's still like not going to be as good as classic, right? And then offering like a very transparent, a very out there hero score that everybody knows what it is. It would be so much better for everyone to know what the gear score number currently is. And I think being like, okay, The gear score number is 15 plus or minus. I think would be better than, a secret gear score that no one really knows, right? I mean, I already put a server thing here. I don't, there's nothing I can do to get the devs to post a server or not post a server, right? Swap heirloom rarity as you pick. Yeah, I've seen that a lot. I agree with that. And that would also be really important for this tier, so you can craft lower rarity heirlooms as needed. Craft any rarity heirloom you previously unlocked. I think this is I agree. I think that makes a lot of sense. You think lobby's like 15, 30, 30, 50? You're not even getting to 50 in blues though. I think in all blues, I don't think you hit quite 50, do you? I don't think so. Remove all gear score? I don't know. Dark and Darker does gear score for casual play, and it actually works pretty well. So I don't know if I agree to that. You could do a separate queue for new player matchmaking that absolutely would work, but I would rather see a permanent solution in the game personally that allows people to enjoy the game even if they don't want to only play classic mode. You know, Claudos is ending soon though, so Claudos doesn't really matter, right? Not really. Yeah, Claudos being ended like ending soon doesn't really matter. I'm not capping. Read the rest of it. Read the rest of the sentence. Capping casual to green or blue that they can use, and then having mini bosses drop purples. So you can still get purples in casual mode, but you have to actually fight for them. You actually have to like play the game and go for like mini bosses and bosses if you want purple gear, which makes sense, right? This absolutely makes way more sense. Yes. Yes, I agree. Jared, the both maps should have the same loot because of the fact that it swaps between days. I do think both maps should probably just have equal loot. Do we agree to that? I don't think it makes sense for every other day to have just bad loot because you happen to play the wrong map. I think the loot should just be equal. The game isn't that hard. But like the reality is it's not Sinner's End isn't really hard. Like the game's PvE just isn't it as a solo player, it doesn't matter if you play Castle or Sinner's End, it's fine either way. It just feels really bad that you play Castle and you get no loot, you know? I feel like this makes sense. But Mage is at a disadvantage? Not really. Mages can play in what? Mages can play in blues. I don't think so. Make classic blue plus only. Well, they already I don't think you have to do blue plus only, but you could increase the gear minimum. Do you think 15 gear score minimum is too high or is too low for high roller? Because I feel like with these changes, I don't know if you have to change okay, so the reason to change classic mode to be higher gear score would be to stop new players from entering with bad gear and then complaining that they died with bad gear because they're not supposed to have bad gear in classic mode. So you could increase the base to basically make it so new players have a harder time getting into the mode, so they're less likely to join and get gear diffed and die to like legendaries and stuff. I don't think you don't it's not that you need like full like blues or anything, but maybe a slightly higher gear score number, because right now you can get 15 gear score with nothing but 3 heirlooms, like 3 pink heirlooms, which is like no real cost. It doesn't really give you enough power, just default. So maybe it should be like a little bit more than 15 because of the heirloom stuff. Maybe 25 or something. Well, I already suggested increasing loot and casual though. This is all under the assumption that this change takes place where gear is increased, mini bosses are increased. Like, this is all under this assumption, right? So obviously this is being, well, we're under the assumption that this ever even gets done, but this is just my own suggestion and our suggestion, right? I think, I feel like 25, yeah. Also, if the loot is better in casual, then it makes sense to raise the gear score minimum for classic, so you're not just finding, like, naked players here. Or, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Raise gear score minimum for classic to 25 gear score. I think this makes sense. If you're going to increase casual loot, then yeah, making people need better gear for classic makes perfect sense. Of course. Right? You like how this is going? Yeah, I think this list is actually turning out pretty well so far. I'm gonna move this suggestion because it feels weird being like right at the top. Like, I know it's important, but I want gameplay suggestions at the top, even though I think this is also important. Killing bosses and players as a team, it should count for the team, not only the person. Yes, I agree. That's true. Yep, I agree. Killing players and bosses should count for the entire team, not only the final hits. Yep, so makes sense. Completely makes sense. Especially if they want to add quests and stuff to the game, where you have to like kill bosses and stuff. Yeah, just do it now. Absolutely. So this makes perfect sense, right? Well, we're all aware that the South America server, being more, we're all aware this is important, right? We all know. It just felt weird being at the top because it's being like in the middle of like the other gear changes. It's still there. Doesn't really matter where it is. Our lists are close to the same. Mine and Wolfie's. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that. I haven't looked at Wolfie's list, but good to know. Guys, I said it once and I'll say it again. Dice is not Dice is honestly nowhere near as bad as you think it is. The problem is that the problem is that gear is too strong. Legendaries are too strong. Like, they're all scaling too well together. So, like, the problem is that there's no reward being given when you kill someone with a legendary. So I think getting, like, something for killing that player makes sense. I don't removing dice, all that does is mean that you'll never see a single legendary or unique until the end of the wipe. Or in arena mode. Which, I don't know, just feels, I actually like this aspect of the game, to be honest with you. Maybe I'm in the minority. But even when I was dying to other legendaries and uniques, which there was a time when that was happening, I still think the mechanic was fine. You know? So I personally do not agree with that suggestion. Grievous Rune. Oh, it's a new fighter skill. Make legendaries and uniques unsellable. Well okay, well that definitely doesn't work while there's a time gate. But I don't know, it's probably not in the spirit of the game because this game marketplace is kind of a big part of the game. So I don't really know if that would work or not. Probably not. Because like if you play fighter only and you get like a staff, what are you gonna do with it? You know? Pretty much nothing. This feels bad. What do you mean by time gate? So when you get a legendary or unique from a boss, there's a timer that starts before you can get that legendary unique again. So personally, yeah, I think this needs to change. I also think people underestimate how expensive dicing can be. You know, when I'm playing fighter, I have no joke spent 50,000 gold to dice this thing. It gets very pricey because it's a random roll. It's like I basically dice this just to use it for fun. I don't make a lot of profit a lot of time because it's so expensive to keep dicing. Um, I think the problem is that right now legendaries they're so rare. Look at the uniques. So the only reason legendaries exist are because of uniques. I'm sorry, because of Klothos. So legendaries are in the game because Klothos exists and everyone gets free legendaries, right? That's why they're so cheap. Uniques are not part of Klothos. Dude, I don't even know how you're supposed to get this much goddamn gold. How are you supposed to get 15 million gold for a unique? No one is getting this money except for people that are either getting lucky farming, lucky because the people in the Discord servers are farming these for basically RMT, or they're swiping their credit card and buying them with money. Take your pick. Well, we already have the suggestion for legendaries and uniques to be gone from casual mode. That's already been given. We've already put this in place. You know, I think people might feel a little bit differently if they weren't getting farmed by these weapons in casual mode. I already put it here. It's already here. Trust me, I agree. I know. It's stupid that like for example, these rogue players are going in all greens with like a gale flight and running around in like the green lobbies in casual with like a insurmountable advantage over other players. It's stupid. Makes no sense. Buy them with money. Oh well, don't forget. Okay, guys, don't. It's not just the sites. So remember, you could literally buy money in the game not too long ago. Don't forget about that. Where is it at? Right here. You used to be able to buy gold. Right here. You used to be able to buy Quathos runestones for moonstone pieces, and you could basically use that to get infinite money using your credit card. They took it out of the game, but there was a period of time where that was a thing. So yes, you could swipe your credit card without illegal or not illegal, but like within the parameters of the what is allowed in the game, you could buy uniques using this. That's how that's how some people got so much stuff using that system. Legendary heirlooms are fighting casual. Uh, I think for sake of, I think for the sake of consistency, just don't let them in casual. Like the legendary crown is legitimately extremely good. I don't know. I think if you want to play casual, I think it should just be blue and under heirlooms. I think for consistency's sake, new players do not understand that the legendary crown is not a legendary, or that the legendary sword is not a legendary. So I think just for the sake of like new players, just keep it to blues or lower. I don't think you should be able to use higher rarity heirlooms. Because heirlooms are legitimately really good in this game. They're not weak, you know. Alright. So we'll stick with this for now. We'll revisit this after. We'll play another game and we'll revisit here in a little bit, okay? Take a little intermission kind of deal. Alright. And we'll try Rupture too. Alright. We'll give it a go. I'll be back in a minute, fellas. Take Drunk Alchemist with Rupture. Oh, that would probably be good. I could consider that. I think for the time that we spent, the list is actually pretty decent. Is a legendary heirloom necklace and sword not? It's not really good. It's really not that good at all. The heirloom sword and necklace just isn't great, to be honest with you. The crown should be a legendary. It's like the best helmet in the game. It's super good. I got the unique mace from, I just bought it off the marketplace for 800,000 back in the day. A while ago. Have they consider suggestions? Yeah, I'll do my best to try to see if I can, convince, or if I can somehow get the eyes on the devs on it. We'll see. I mean, we'll work on the list between every game, and we'll try to get, like, a finalized list by the end of the stream that, like, we can at least majority agree on. I also think they should just get rid of pre-lobby. Just let me sit in the main menu and wait for the queue to start. And I would honestly prefer that. Yeah, I know, I agree. Yeah, the waiting lobby's horrible. It was bad in Dark and Darker, and it's bad here. There's nothing good about the lobby. Absolutely nothing good about this lobby. I stopped playing Dark and Darker because the solo meta's trash. It's still just based on movement speed and range and ripping your clothes off mid-fight. So until that kind of stuff changes, it's just not even fun. I actually think this game's combat is more fun. So I'd rather just play what I enjoy playing. I'd rather play a different game than Dark and Darker at this point. I'm just over it. It's been too long for the meta not to change at this point. I'll just keep waiting. Thank you, Cole's Melt, for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm personally confident that if Dungeonborne is able to release good patches that can bring content and balance into this game, that it can absolutely compete with Dark and Darker. I am convinced, but it needs those updates first before it matters. I sold my 17th key. I sold it for the fairy ring. I think the fairy ring is better. I was gonna be full swing dab, but I realized very quickly that the game just isn't fun to me anymore. The current meta of that game just isn't fun. So, it is what it is. I think I'm kind of at the point where I'd rather just honestly move on. Hell on, again, I might even just play different games, but Dark and Darker just, I don't know, man. It really isn't it for me. That's a really good staff, by the way. Well, damage is a little low though, but it's still decent. Have I looked into Deadlock? I did try Deadlock, but the shooter MOBA thing, it seems like a fun game. I just don't know if it's something I can really get into. Yeah, honestly, I've just been spoiled by what I honestly feel like is better combat in this game. Like, I enjoyed Dark and Darker's combat at the time, but after seeing, like, the obvious improvements this game has made, I just have a really hard time getting into it again. I really do. It's hard. Thoughts on Rupture? I think Rage is better. I think Battlecry is better, but people asked me to try it, so I'm doing it, even though. Based on Circle, I'm gonna keep going this way. Yeah, I don't even know what to say, man. This game's PvP just feels more fun, even with the obvious combat flaws this game has, with like the set bonus strength and balance issues. I still find it more fun than the Dark and Darker, like, range and speed meta that's continuing to go on. I think I need to get Drunk Alchemist for this build, though. Wouldn't even be hard to get. I'm barely using any sets anyway. I see Kessun is wiping the lobby as per usual. I'd feel a little more confident against Kessun if I had Battle Cry. I'm not feeling too confident with this stupid Rupture skill. I really think Battle Cry is better. So hopefully it doesn't bite me in the ass for choosing what I really think is just the weaker skill. I'm pretty sure he's using Battle Cry too. I'd be surprised if he wasn't, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. I just have a really hard time imagining Rupture being better. Honestly, I could even just take away Dragon Scale and put on Drunk Alchemist. Drunk Alchemist is probably just better if I'm using Rupture anyway. Although Dragon Scale is pretty useful for Pyros. Don't use Rupture with Expo. Rupture's risk good versus range classes. Well, that's why I said it doesn't really help me versus Kessun. Kessun, I would really rather have Battle Cry for the lifesteal and damage and physical resistance. Yeah, I've pretty much already like decided in my mind that Rupture's is not as good. I pretty much already like decided in my mind. I would need like serious convincing. Yeah, I don't know. I just it's hard to not use 30% damage, 30% PDR, and 30% lifesteal. It's hard not to use that, you know. Enough that like I kind of just want to reswap it. Especially if Kessun's in my lobbies, I'd rather have I'd rather have Battle Cry against him. I think that's Kessun. Yeah, maybe I need to try the Drunken Alchemist. And I was close. Yeah, if I have Battle Cry, he dies every time. Battle Cry is so much better. You guys are baiting me so hard with Rupture. Bro, if I have Battle Cry, he's dead. Dude, stop trolling me with this stupid skill. If I have Battle Cry, he dies. 100% of the time. Dude, he was so... Yeah, 100% he's dead if I don't have that stupid skill. Yeah, I don't believe in Rupture. Battle Cry's 100% better. You guys are trolling me. The community is wrong. He's using Battle Cry because he knows it's better. The Grudger's back because I'm using it with a mace. Well, then it's not good for my build, so why would I... Fighter isn't made to be abusing crossbow. Fighter is made to be, like, in your face. Yeah, no, I'm telling you Battle Cry's better. Y'all are being fooled. You guys are being fooled into thinking it's better. I promise. I'm telling you, if I run Battlecry, he's dead. I'm not, yeah. If I'm running Battlecry, he 100% dies there. No questions asked. I'm being trolled into using a bad skill. If you think it's good, then play Rupture Fighter and come fight me. Because I don't think it's worth it. Okay. It's okay. We'll recover from that. We'll recover from that real quick. %30 damage from Battlecry and the lifesteal and PDR 100% wins me that fight. It's not even a question. I know I win that fight with Battlecry. Dude, it was doing like 8 damage. He was walking around with Rupture on, 8 damage a tick. It's not even worth the damage. I'm losing so much damage by using that skill. Come on, man. Why the hell am I using that? God, I'm so disappointed in myself for not trusting my gut and using the right skill. Stupid. I knew it was better, I don't know. I was fooled. I was fooled. It's alright. We got it on now, so the next time I fight him, I'll be ready. Yeah, it's possible it might be better against like a Pyro or something that's running, but honestly, Battlecry still just probably feels better. Appease the audience? Well, it's not very appeasing to just use a worse skill and die. It doesn't really do anything for us, does it? Not really. I mean, to be honest, if it was so good, Kessun would be running it. Because I think Kessun's a pretty good player. And obviously, and he's been playing this game for a while with Rupture out. If he really thought it was that OP and that good, he would be using Rupture, not Battlecry. That's all I'm saying. He would not be, you know, he's using the obviously better skill, right? So, we know now. Tell Kessun I said GG, that I was using Rupture, and I'm sad that I didn't get to use Battlecry against him. He played that well, though. Considering I'm using this stupid Mace, he did very well. Alright, I'm gonna play, hold up a second. Let me just make sure I'm good here. Yeah, we chillin'. We'll just run with this. This is fine. Okay, real quick. While we're waiting for the lobby, I'm gonna pull up my list again. So if you guys have any more suggestions for me, go ahead and, feel free to let me know. We're gonna be waiting for a little bit. This is probably a good thing to do, like, while we're waiting in, like, pre-lobby. Since it takes a while anyway. Alright, so are there any more suggestions that we missed before that we want to add here? Trying to think if there's anything I wanted to add personally. Auction house better UI. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. No, that I know exactly what you're talking. Even without asking, I know because you can select items in the auction house that don't physically exist. So like, it results in like being able to search for items that don't exist. assuming that's what you're talking about. What's the goal of this list? Hopefully to send it to one of the developers and have them look at it and hopefully consider doing something with this. That's the hope, right? Craft lower heirlooms. Already got it on the list. Here it is. Craft any rarity heirloom previously unlocked. An identified auction house so you don't have to reroll. I personally would not mind. I would not mind being able to have like an auction house where you can get the identified items. They seem set on not doing it though, so I don't know if they'll do that or not. Make hell loot better. It's not even a no-brainer. I actually agree with you. It's not on this list because we were focusing on casual, but yeah, I mean, I kind of agree there. Searching for set bonus stacks. Yeah. Yeah, the set bonus amounts. Yeah, because it's pretty frustrating when you need like a 6 and you're looking at 3s and like 4s and 5s constantly. Makes sense. Well, the hell loot better would probably be in the form of bossing. Like the bossing being buffed would partly be probably a buff in itself. Because right now, like, going to hell and killing bosses doesn't really feel worth the time. Cricket sound and lobby disappear. I feel like I just tune it out. What is the cricket sound? I feel like I don't even hear it anymore. I think I've heard it for so long, I've just kind of ignored it. Oh, I forgot to put the crown. Oh, wait, I guess I don't need the crown. I can just use the pants. Oh, sorry, let me change my game capture back on. When I'm using display capture, it kind of messes with the game a little bit. Yeah, I know that had to be Kesud. I know it has to be. I could tell his fit. Think of the merge of servers. I don't like it because of the SA server obviously being bad ping. Like I have it on my list. The SA server definitely is like a pretty like kind of a kick in the face. Definitely needs to be resolved hopefully. How much does the AoE do? A couple hundred damage. Depends on stacks. I don't have like an exact number to give you. What's it scale with? Well, it scales with my max damage decks. Let's roll on the mace. A little bit of damage and just shadow damage. It's nothing too crazy. The rolls don't really matter. Like the effect of the mace is the main thing, but yeah, it's just a little bit of damage. The shadow damage is pretty mid for sure. Only get AoE on charge? Yes, it has to be a charge attack. Right. Not a good time for a third party. I was hoping to get the 1v1 on Kess soon. Third party. Gosh dang it. Sweaty fight, huh? I know, the skeletons really screwed me. I think I got hit like twice. More third-party cavalry. More third-party. Well, he went for me for some reason. I don't know why he went for me. I'm so glad I have Battle Cry. If I had Rupture, I'd already be dead. Actually, I'm pretty confident I'd be dead right now if I had Rupture. There was 2 dagger fighters. Well, I ran off because, well, I'm actually running low on healing, too. I will fight him if I see him. It's a shame that guy third party. Reposition myself a little bit here. Oh, there was another one? Oh, damn, Kessin's killing everybody now. Well, yeah, I see he killed him. Yes! GG, Kessin. Oh god! No! I'm gonna die to the pyro! The pyro! No! The pyro! No! 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 Oh, this guy didn't deserve this. Oh. No. 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 Damn it. Oh, rest in peace, our kits. Damn it. Oh. He almost died of the werewolf? Oh my god, did he really? Oh my god, maybe I should have stayed and watched. Oh my god, man. Damn it. At least we killed Kassoon. He is so hard to kill with that dagger. I'm like, yeah, like, I'm happy that I killed him, but at what cost? At what cost but to die to the pyro who third-partied me? Who almost third-partied me earlier, too. I think it's the same goddamn guy. Sheesh. Tragic. What freaking cost, buddy? Dude, I bet you Forza Trinity is unironically good. For this build. That was so tragic. As soon as I saw the fireball, I knew there was nowhere to go. It was a dead end. I knew I was dead. I knew it was over. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Should I do Force of Trinity? Kind of a pain. I don't really know if I feel like building a set right now, to be honest. I could just go for the 10 of 10 and just like easy. You just go for the crown. Do that. I think that'd be fine. We just have to replace something for strength. Oh wait, I can't use the crown because I'm using the pants. You know what? I'm not really worried about set bonuses right now. I'm okay just chilling, honestly. Yeah, I'm okay with just using this. It's fine. Maybe at some point I'll build a bonus. I just really don't feel like it right now. I'm just gonna use the gear I have in my stash. Hey, thank you, Pluto, for the 50 bits. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Did I enjoy the dad wipe thing? I mean, it was fun, but I just prefer this game, man. To be honest with you, I just think this game is more fun. So it is what it is, you know. Okay, go again. Hey, Brandon, good to see you, man. He was 80 HP, the pyro. I wish the pyro died. He deserved it after that shit. He deserved it. Thank you, Aquaclean, for the sub. I appreciate it. All right, let me pull up my little list again. Actually, you know what? Instead of the list, I'm gonna tell Kessu and GG, actually. Kessun's busy building his gear set, so I guess he won't be in my lobby this time. I don't think he'll make it. I gave him the GG, but I see he's still chilling, doing stuff. That's fine. I'll just let him be. He saw my GG, I'm sure. So. Thinking about Dez not nerfing Cryo? Yeah, a little disappointed. Although I think set bonuses and stuff like that are also a big issue. But I do think Cryo could definitely use a little bit of a tune. 100%. You're a Dota player. You love hard games like Dark and Darker. It's hard, but you like Dungeonborne. Yeah, I prefer DB as well. We're in the same boat. Yeah, I'm with you, man. Is there not a legendary for Force of Trinity? I think there is, but it's worthless. Like, technically it exists, but, like, I don't think it's, like, good at all. Kaizen's gonna get his 6th ban. I don't know why he keeps getting banned, man. I have no idea. At a certain point, it's like, it's kind of crazy. The hold down for heavy is weird. It's a little strange, but you get used to it. There's not a Force of Trinity ring? Oh, really? Oh, that's kind of funny. I didn't even notice. You know, Force of Trinity 30-30 might honestly not be bad for this build, because I do the 3-hit combo with the Mace attack. Like, I get all 3 hits instantly, so they would be slowed by 80%, which would be really freaking good. I might have to consider doing that. I'm just lazy. I just don't like building set bonuses. It's just laziness. But they usually die to stupid shit, so I don't know. I'm like, is it worth the effort? Yeah. Okay. What's going on, buddy? Yeah, I bought the Mace super early on. I don't know where the road went. You going? Okay. That's rage. That's battle. Okay. Same pyro? I don't know. Pyro's just sitting here. I hear him. I'm pretty sure I hear his fireball. He's sniping? Yeah, you might honestly, yeah, you're probably right. Considering the timing, you might be right. I don't know. If it's the same guy from last game. Can you hold the unique mace forever? Because I've been holding this for a long time, right? Sure feels like forever. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's timing out at all. Yeah, I wonder if this is I wonder if I can hold this forever. It looks like I can. That is a lot better content-wise. Well, yeah, Dad's had... I think you're right on the sniping, by the way. This is really weird. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he is sniping. The way he, like, conveniently left. Like, yeah, it's too convenient, right? Yeah, ain't no way. Like, he happened to leave right as I left. Like, yeah, it's too obvious, I think. I agree with you. Hear me walking? Maybe. No, it's like real, like the fact that he got the perfect third party and then the timing just was too good, I think. The timing was like too perfect, I think. It was like really strange, like the, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's sniping. I'm pretty sure. I think it's the same pyro from last game too, which just makes it even more likely he's sniping. Good game sense. Oh, they're teaming. Damn it. 4%. Oh, teamers. He had... Wait, yeah, he had 4. Oh. And then the stream sniping pyro came and finished him. I think. Pretty sure this is the sniping pyro. There's the sniper. The sniper on cue, boys. The sniper right on cue. You can't report them, they're dead. Yeah, I can't report them, they're dead, right? You know what the names are? This one, yeah, this is him, right? Yeah. Oh, it's just a blanket? I don't know what the two guys I killed are. Well, I did report him. I did. You can go to recent players and report. Yeah, that guy's obviously sniping. That's like not, it's not even, like, there's not even a question. Like, it's blatant sniping, right? Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Almost won the 2v1 too. Well, I mean 4%. I mean, I've got super freaking close. I would have died anyway, though. I would have died to the third party. So did it even matter? Probably not. I was dead anyway, no matter what. So it didn't really matter, I suppose. I actually misplayed during that fight too. I pressed Q a little bit early because I wasn't expecting the second fighter whirlwind. I mean, I misplayed against the duo and solos. So, even if I kill him though, I'm still dead to the sniper. Just like I still die to the sniper either way, right? So. So did it even matter? Not really. It didn't really matter that I died there because I would have been dead anyway, regardless. So it's whatever. Need strength stats. I don't have a lot of strength here though. Oh, I actually got the dexterity passive. Why do I have so many stats this time around? I have no idea. I mean, it's fine. I'm not complaining, but yeah, the sniper was gonna kill me regardless in that fight, so I'm not gonna stress about dying to a like obvious sniper quite the 2 games in a row now. He's came right at like the third party time. So it is what it is, I guess. It is what it is, I suppose. You think so wait, so Kassoon gets banned all the time when he's not supposed to. Do you think that person will get banned for sniping? Like blatant sniping like that? Probably not. We'll see. And his name was Do You too, which is just like, okay, dude. Sure. Sure, buddy. Like the most obvious sniping name known to man right there. Or whatever, however you say it. I don't even know. However you want to say it. Yeah, Pyro's also super overtuned as well. I mean, he was literally waiting there, and the moment it was like, it's so freaking obvious, man. It's so obvious. He couldn't have made it much easier for me to tell. I'm sure we'll see him again third partying me later. Don't worry. Pyro was only considered useless because people didn't know how to play Pyro. Pyro is insanely overtuned. Reported at 1:34 p.m. today for teaming versus Wallhacker. Name Duyan QDD. Is that the same guy or is it a different one? Pyro being able to hold a fire, like a full pyroblast forever is pretty ridiculous. Because it means you can never push them. There's never an opportunity that you can get the jump on a pyro. Because they can always just hold a fireball forever. You know metas can change, right? You realize classes and things can be bad or considered bad and then can actually be really good. You understand that, right? It happens to a lot of games. A character can go from bad to overpowered without a single change happening if people realize and learn how to play the class. / learn how to play properly. I have been in full, like, 10-player Pyro lobbies in duos. Trying to tell me Pyro is not strong is crazy. Trying to understand how it took so long. Because Pyro just takes a little bit more skill and effort than the other classes took. It's not as simple as, like, holding W key. You actually have to, like, play a little bit smart. Unless you're that guy. Unless you're just stream sniping and only fighting like third parties at the last second. That's about it. How to start? You don't know how to heal, you ran out of potions? You'll eventually get to the point where you have unlimited potions. You just play enough casual and eventually you'll have, like, literally unlimited potions. You'll never run out. I'm just gonna say it. When the server was only one server, US East, I never had issues with, I never had issues like this with teaming and sniping. Not quite like this. It's because of the West server population coming around. 100%, it's the players that happen to also mostly play on US West servers that usually don't play on East because they have bad ping. Those are the players that are causing this. That's why it's nice to have East separated from West. It's not a miracle. It's not a surprise that playing on a US West server suddenly causes something like this. Not a surprise. I'd rather play on East with less players than have to play with the people that are joining in from the other servers. Did the experience from reverse? Chilling west, but going east you find teamers? Oh, it's 3 servers now. It's West, East, and South America that are basically being, like, kind of shoehorned. Kind of, sort of. So because of that, Yeah, we're fine. This is where we start seeing the do you tribe coming around. Usually they're the ones that are doing that shit. It's not a surprise or anything. Thought I heard something. I think I'm just schizo now because I have to worry about the pyro every game. I don't think they should have separated the servers. I don't think the servers should have ever been separated because it just results in bad ping gameplay too, which is silly. Regardless of population, I think that there wasn't even that many different server types. I don't know. They definitely should not have gotten rid of US East servers. Damn, how many hits did he take before I came up here? Okay. I did hear somebody, by the way. I wasn't crazy. Get an ascension pot too. I feel kind of bad. He must have. I'm pretty sure he was low. I think he got hit by the mobs. I think he was. I think he's new. Cutting costs. I mean, sure, but it's not good for the game to have that few servers with that much ping issue. It's not good for the game at all. How much is the damage? It's somewhere around 900, I believe. Agree, you're not defending it, it's gonna hurt more. Okay, yeah, okay. So I wasn't sure if you were saying, like, they did it and it's smart that they did that, because I definitely don't think they should have done it. By the way, I don't really care about gold very much anymore. I'm basically kind of in, like, the wipe waiting room. So, like, as long as I have enough gold to keep making, like, random BS kits and just play the game, I really don't care. I don't really, at this point, like, I have, like, the legendaries I want that I cared about. I'm never gonna get enough gold for, like, any other uniques, because they're just too unobtainable. So, I'm okay just, like, kind of, like, chilling, you know. Just, you know, I don't need to, like, super heavy gold run. I mean, I will, like, play the game normally, like I usually do, but I'm just not really stressed about making gold as much as I used to be. Bully? I am not a bully. Lich, you missed it. I'm getting sniped by a Do You player who keeps third-partying me as Pyro right as I'm, like, about one-shot. And I almost killed a geared duo killing Cyclops and solo. I killed one and got the other guy to 4%. And then as soon as I died, the Pyro came up just on cue like I thought he would, and he insta-killed the last player. He missed a very engaging combat. that. There's always walling, not sniping. Oh, you think it's just a wall hack? You know, you know what, Lich? That's possible too. Actually, that's fair. It might be walling. It might not, you're right. It might not be sniping. It could be walling. You're actually right. You're 100% right. I didn't even think about that. If Dark and Darker has wall hacks, I'm sure this game does too. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, I don't. Well, at this point, I'm actually convinced it might not be stream. It might just be the. It might be like a legitimate wall hack player or something. Because I'm telling you, the way he was playing was super weird. Like he was perfectly knowing exactly where I was and would not push me. Like it was too perfect. It's the same wall hack you use, right, Lich? There was a dab warlock named Big Schnauzer who was rampant while hacking and only chasing with good inventories. Got banned after weeks. Yeah, I know that's been an issue in Dad too. I'm fully aware of that. Yeah, it's not a Dungeonborne exclusive issue. It's like, it's all multiplayer games. People always finding shit to ruin the game with. It's kind of hard to hit bats with the mace. Too small. Yeah, I saw the living armor in ruins. I saw that. Where should I go? I don't know. Maybe just wait. I don't know, just like, maybe just like rotate inside circle and just wait for someone to come in. Got it left for Dad? Yeah, I changed my mind on that. Where the hell did that... Where the hell did that shit... Where did they come from? Oh, is he coming up this way? Combat's just not as good, man. The meta hasn't changed. It's still just range and speed focused. This game's just more fun combat-wise. Heard him. He's camping up there. I might just wait him out, honestly. Rupture? Because Rupture's not meta. It's not meta. You can just because people call it meta, doesn't mean it's meta. Battlecry is better. I'm confident on that. But if you want to play Rupture playstyle, just go play Rogue, which does it better. Why would you not just play Rogue? I don't understand, man. I really just don't think Rupture's that good. I legitimately don't understand why people enjoy Dark and Darker's solo combat so much. I really don't get it. Didn't mean to throw that. That's fine. Actually gonna die, aren't I? I actually might die to this guy because of the mobs. Yeah, the Goblin Mage decided to aggro me, even though he didn't go invisible there. I don't know why it aggroed me instead of him. Quickly. Yeah, I don't know why the hell you'd ever play Rupture on Fighter. Just play Rogue. Rogue is infinitely better than playing Rupture. There's literally no reason to do it. I think it's, I think people are just, I don't know. I think people are just mad that the update didn't have a lot in it, and they're just targeting Rupture for some reason. I really just don't think it's good. I can't fight that rogue here, by the way, so I might just leave and reset. I can't fight the rogue. This is literally the worst possible circle I could have gotten for the rogue. So, I think I'm just gonna open this and leave. Rupture isn't gonna stop a rogue from running away from you. 20%, they're still faster than you at 20%. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah. It's a shame that he got, like, the best possible circle. He got so freaking lucky here to get the circle. I wish it was Sinner's End. I think Sinner's End is just a better map than Castle is at this point. Castle is too pyro favored. Too range favored. Sinner's End just feels a lot better. Yeah, this guy just got super lucky with, like... Oh, this is not even the same guy. There's two of them. Rupture Duo. It's like it's kind of like Achilles Strike. From Dad. Pretty similar. It deals damage to the player when you hit them, and then deals damage over time. Why not cover the map with Cam? That doesn't do anything against a... That covering your map doesn't even make sense. What does that do? Only bad players need a map to find you. I don't need to see the map to know exactly where you are on the map. The map doesn't do anything. All right, let's go back to our list for a little bit. We're gonna add on to this list. So for those of you that might not have been here, let me go ahead and show what we have so far. So this list is something that I'm hoping to present to devs. So we have time gate for legendaries and uniques from bosses being removed. Instead having a low % drop rate. No legendaries and uniques in casual mode. Capping casual gear to blues and increasing green and blue casual loot drops to be more common. But because of that, we're also gonna change mini bosses and bosses to drop purples more often, to kind of balance out and give casual players a way to get into classic without without like making classic worthless. Because if casual just drops purples, then what is the point of going to classic? So I think mini bosses and bosses could be like the route to get purples. Gear score matchmaking for casual, being more upfront, not hidden. For example, 15 plus or minus gear score, just a suggestion. Craft any rarity heirloom you previously unlocked. So if you, for example, have a purple heirloom, you can instead get a blue or a green. Castle and Sinner's End loot should be equal. I shouldn't have to go to Castle or Sinner's End to get better loot. Like, Castle should just be equal to Sinner's End, in my opinion. Especially because it's closed every other day. And it's also useful for casual to make Sinner's End not be, like, the required place to play. Raise gear score minimum for Classic to 25. I think this is probably needed to stop new players from just cheesing, like, the lowest possible gear score, which is 3 heirlooms, maybe 3 heirlooms with like 1 piece of gear. Require them to have better gear since they should be more incentivized to play casual mode. I think that kind of just helps. Also, it means that when you fight people in classic, it should be more fair fights, at the very least, slightly more fair. And also boss drops are going to be better here too. Dark and Darker's already done this in the term of making gear score in high roller require a pretty decent margin. The ping, the South America server slash all servers. I don't think the ping is just very high. I really just don't think this is a good change. I think this was not it, personally. Killing players and bosses should count for the entire team, not only the final hits. Especially if they want to add questing to the game for teams. This is something they should do more sooner than later. Auction house better UI. Right now, you can search for non-existent items, and you'll see nothing on the marketplace. And also set bonuses. You should be able to search for like specific set amounts too. How is it overcomplicated to have 1 plus or minus gear score? That's literally the only gear score change. It's literally the only gear score thing in this entire list. How is it being complicated? It's one thing. That's all it is. How in the world is that overcomplicating something? All it does is change the hidden gear score to something that everybody knows exists. That's all it does. So what else? So I think this list is looking good. What else do you think we could add here? What else are we thinking could possibly be added here to try to make this a little bit better? What do you guys think? Why split people in different modes? Uh, because putting casual new players that are day one into the same matchmaking pool as classic games is not a good idea. What do you mean, why split them in different modes? What do you want to remove casual? That makes no sense. Why would you remove casual mode? It also removes all progression. Why would you only want one dungeon? This doesn't make sense. We already talked about dice entirely. I don't think removing dice is the answer, because all it does is mean that you'll never see dice. It just means you'll never see legendary uniques in the game, period. It would be better for legendaries and uniques to be slightly more common, and not be time gated, and for some kind of reward to be given when you kill someone who has a legendary or unique. Maybe like a purple item or something there to kind of compensate you for killing someone that has that gear. But like, did I mention nerfing sets in here? Did I mention that yet? I did not. Why did I not? Okay. Yeah, set bonuses are too strong. Set bonuses are too strong. Storm Rage, Berry, etc. should be. I mean, they should be bonuses, not win conditions, or not required. That's probably the best way to say it. Right now, set bonuses are so strong that Storm Rage. Set bonuses are so strong, it makes classes that are bad or mediocre or whatever into like gods. Storm Rage makes Swordmaster and Rogue insane. Fairy plus Ring makes Cryo insane. You know, things like this. I feel like it should be bonuses for the class, not a requirement. You know, I shouldn't go into a match and go, okay, I don't have set bonuses, so I'm going to lose. Right? What about dice not being random and costing 20k? If you died, the dice will drop and the guy that killed you can sell it for 20k. Something like that would be okay. Yeah, instead of the random dice. So if you kill someone with a dice slot, you get their dice for 20k and then you can sell it. And there's like a marketplace for dice. Or you can just not even market, just do for merchant. Maybe you can sell dice for 15k to the merchant, but it costs 20k. So that way you avoid the like duping. You can't have the reward for killing a dice player be higher than it can't be higher. You can't incentivize people to basically dupe. So what if I dice an item for 20k, it's always 20k, one slot, and if I die, that person gets the dice. They can either use the dice for themselves, or they can sell it to the merchant for 15 at a 25% loss. So there's absolutely no duping that could happen. It's always a net, like it's still like a loss, but it still gives you something, right? It shouldn't be for money. What should it be then? Should you just get the dice so it just gives you the option, or should it be something else entirely? Maybe just get the dice is good enough. I think that's fair. I think that would be fine. What do you think selling the dice is a bad idea? Do you think you should not be allowed to sell the dice for 15k? You guys have to understand that I'm coming from Dark and Darker, and I'm telling you, the removal of dice, I really don't think would make for a better game. I think there's things that are imbalanced that need to be fixed, but I don't think it makes for a better game. It just means that you'll never see legendaries or uniques in the game, ever, which is not really fun. I have seen, like, at most 5 uniques in 2,500 hours of Dark and Darker. So, I don't understand how... I don't see how it's good for the game for them to basically be unplayable. Because it's actually fun being able to use, like, different stuff. When I play Dark and Darker, I never get to use legendaries or uniques or anything because it's too risky to use them. But I already mentioned getting rid of legendaries and uniques in casual. So if you don't like the dice mechanic at all, I've already made a suggestion for you to not be able to dice legendaries and uniques in casual. You'll always have that, right? Which I think is fair, personally. Because of this change here, I don't think I think this here is enough to like make dice not as much of an issue, at least for casual mode players, which I think is good. You shouldn't be able to dice like, you know, a legendary crossbow and then abuse it in casual mode. So set bonuses too strong. Fairy bonuses should be bonuses, not required. What else should I add here? Here's the thing, everybody's gonna have a different idea on dice. Dice is honestly a hard thing to even suggest because everybody's gonna have a different opinion. Some people don't want dice at all. Some people think dice is fine the way it is. Some people like the suggestion that someone said about being able to buy dice for one price and then dropping the dice. Some people like the idea of selling it for a less cost. Some people think you should not be able to sell it. It's hard to give a real suggestion for dice because I think we're too all over the place. Any suggestion I put here for dice is not going to be agreed on by the majority. It seems like right now we're split. We're too split. Like, everybody seems to pretty much agree with everything I've said here, but we can't agree on dice. So I don't really know what I could put here. Maybe it's just that legendaries and certain artifacts are just too strong. Maybe the legendaries and stuff should be minor bonuses, not game-breaking items. That would also make dice weaker, because it means that having a dice legendary or unique doesn't just have the chance to just straight win you a fight guaranteed. What I think they should do with set bonuses, I think it's too strong. Set bonuses such as Storm Rage and Fairy, I think just the damage is too high. There's other ones too, but just in general, those are just examples. There's other things that I think are too overtuned as well. But yeah, I think set bonuses, it makes the fight feel too unfair. I think it would feel more balanced if these were like minor bonuses, not like game-changing, you either have it or you don't kind of fights, you know? If one rogue has Storm Rage and one rogue doesn't have Storm Rage, the Storm Rage rogue should win every time, unless they misplay, right? If people can't farm legendaries and uniques, why not just remove the bosses? Let's like... Guys, I'm not even gonna have my unique mace for much longer. We're gonna be getting a wipe. The unique mace, I've already said that I've already said that I don't care about the gold very much at this point. I'm waiting for like a wipe. I'm saying for next wipe, I don't care if people dice their stuff, but yeah, there's probably like an alternative we could make the system. When is wipe? We don't know for sure. I'm guessing it's gonna be by the 3-month mark. That's my guess. Okay, technically there's eternal servers, but I don't care about eternal servers. I'll be playing the new servers. I'm not going to be playing eternal. Unless they give a reason to play them, I'll be on the new server because I want to see the new content. I don't need to play the old servers. I think they're going to be mostly dead anyway. So, it doesn't really matter to me at all. Like, yeah, so technically they're doing eternal, but I just don't think the eternal is like that big of a deal, I think. At least for me. I'm sure some people might disagree, but... Start advertising their game? I think they should wait to advertise until the game's in a better spot. I think the game needs to be more balanced before the advertising starts. There's no reason for them to waste money on, like, commercials or whatever the hell they might do. Until the game, I think, gets in a better spot. At least for now. I'm sure they're looking into things set for advertising and stuff, but, you know, at least in the immediate, like, today kind of deal, I think it doesn't hurt them to wait a little bit, at least for a little bit of patches and stuff. Nerf Pyro. Make Clothos trial equal to everyone, same gear, of the price on dice. Let's see. Okay, so dice is something that I don't even know if I want to add dice to this list because everyone seems to have a different opinion. It's not just me. There's other like not everyone is not everyone has been able to agree on dice like everything else here. Pyro, I agree with you. I just don't know if that's agreed upon by everyone else. Clothos, yes. I would, you know what? Instead of just Clothos, I would like to see fair gear events. Would you guys like to see that? Like events where gear does, it doesn't have to be Quathos, but just in general, having an event where the gear doesn't matter with bonuses, I think would be cool. Because that would allow everybody to join no matter what. I would like to see that, right? Dark and Darker didn't advertise until they released on Steam, and it was like a year into development of the game. Keep that in mind. They didn't advertise in early access 1 month after they released. Keep that in mind. They already buffed red zone damage in last patch, so I don't really know how that is. It's just Quados that's broken. You don't even have a chance if it's not really skill-based. Well, that's why I said events being released that also are even field, I think would be nice to see, right? That's also true because the game mode is so gear dependent. As soon as you get a flawless, the game mode is just unfun. I stopped playing it too. Oh, did Dark and Darker pay streamers to play early? I didn't know they did that. I wasn't sure. All right, I'm gonna write. What do you think about this? Just events being added to the game with fair gear for everyone to participate equally. Something like that. Hey David, we're talking about community changes for Dungeonborne that I'm hoping to give to the developers and hopefully get them to like look at it. Hoping. Hopefully what I'm doing is not in vain, but Hellhammer does talk to me every once in a while. Like I don't have like super frequent conversation with him, but he's at the very least I know that they've seen some of my videos and I know that I get codes from them every once in a while. So I'm hoping that I can at least get them to see this list. Hopefully. That's why I need to be confident that everybody here is like 98% agreeing and I don't want to add things that are like things that are people are mixed on. I want everyone to agree with these changes. I don't want to add changes that people don't agree with because then that takes it away. Okay? Yeah, I'm doing my best here to try to compile a list for the community. I'm doing my best here. Well, yeah, I'm not saying to change Clothos. That's why I didn't say Clothos to have fair gear. I said events with fair gear. So they can have events that use gear, but it would be nice to see events also be released that have fair gear as well. You can have multiple events that some have fair gear and some don't. Just try to include more people, you know, in the events that are available, you know. Not everybody has unique and legendary gear at this point. So don't alienate the majority of your casual player base in an event that is also being smurfed because of the way it's designed. Correct. Yeah, we're looking for consensual ideas here. Correct. The resources for potions flask, I think, is a fine system. I think it's fine. Once you get to like, once you get decent at extracting, you'll notice it's really not a big deal or anything. Rework dice system. Yeah, but that's not really a suggestion because that doesn't really say what. I don't know what their plans are for dice system, but I'm not really comfortable with. Not enough people have been able to agree with the different solutions given for me to really give anything as far as that goes. Oh, Swordmaster. That's something we can all agree on. Swordmaster, inventory full of swords. Uh what, change to like cooldown? Or give separate sword space. Maybe stack onto each other with a max per game. How about that? What are we thinking about this one? So Swordmaster, inventory full of swords. Change either to cooldown like every other class, or if they're really set on wanting a limited use, change it to separate sword space, or make it a max sword capacity per game, but make them stack on top of each other so you don't have to spend your inventory for it. What do we think about that? Anything here would be good. I would be happy with any of this. Cooldown, stacking swords, or separate space, any of that would be fine. Oh, the infinite stealth too. Do you guys agree that the infinite stealth on Swordmaster is lame? I did some gameplay on Swordmaster to kind of prove my point. But Swordmaster's being able to infinitely sit stealth with super high crit damage and insta-killing people seems very unfun. I've done it myself against like pyros and stuff. Feels really good. Swordmaster cooldown or separate inventory with fixed sword amount. Oh, you think that sounds better? Yeah, that's probably a better way to word it. I like it. Maybe limit the time of stealth. I think that would be fine. Can we agree to this? Infinite stealth rework on elf passive too strong, especially with the crit chance allowing for instant kills. This is notoriously OP for Swordmaster. Maybe add a shorter duration slash cooldown. Oh, my head's in the way. Here, I'll fix it. There you go. Can you read it now? Sorry. Well, the thing is, this game is not World of Warcraft, and having a Swordmaster sit dead center all game, waiting for a free insta kill because of the plus crit, is just probably not good gameplay. It seems like people are generally agreeing on this. Fixing servers. Well, I already mentioned this here. Servers are already here. South America server / all servers unplayable at 200 ping. I already mentioned it. I do agree. I think Pyro's imbalanced right now, but how do we balance it? Like, I could say Pyro nerfs. I do think Pyro is OP right now, but how do we balance Pyro? How do you do it? I have an idea. I don't know if people will agree. I think Pyro should not be able to infinitely hold their fireball. I think Pyro should have the same exact gameplay as like a regular like sword and shield. Do you know how you're holding sword and shield? And if you hold it for too long, it forces you to launch it. So what if for Pyro, you couldn't hold it infinitely? You either have to let it go, or instead, it forces you to cancel it, like one or the other. What if the stop is just so you can't hold it for an infinite amount of time, so there's at least some counterplay to trying to push into a Pyro? You can't push Pyro though. Pyro can hold Fireball forever, and then they'll use their E and they'll knock you away. They'll kill you. Pyros are insanely strong. Yeah, Pyro has become very meta. I played duos the other day, and no joke, there were 10 Pyros in my match. I'm not kidding. Pyro is insanely strong. It also could be a class, or not a class, a map issue. Castle is just really good for Pyros as well. Pyro is super, super good. Yeah, Thunderstaffs are on my list too. Yeah, Thunderstaffs as well. They're too strong. I've made a suggestion about Thunderstaffs a while back. Pyro does not need set bonuses to pretty much insta-kill you. All they need is just, like, max damage stacks. Which I guess you could say it's the max damage stacks that are broken. So maybe it's not Pyro that needs nerf, it's the gear itself. But Pyros definitely do not need set bonuses to kill you. You don't always have an option to close the door on a Pyro in Castle. All Pyro has to do is go to Cyclops, and they can hold that all game. If they keep getting Circle, they'll never have to deal with the door. There's multiple places Pyro can camp where you can never push them. And if the Circle forces you into them, you will die. The map is just made in a way that's really advantageous for Pyro. Exceptional max damage life stacks need to be nerfed. Well, it's not just the exceptional gear. It's probably just the max damage, max life stack in general that could see a nerf, right? You can't run to a static? There's not always a static open. The statics are taken a lot of the time. Also, they increase storm damage, so you can't sit in storm as long as you used to be able to. So it's not always an option. If the only counterplay to Pyro is running all the way into storm to a static exit, that's not good gameplay. Oh yeah, the wall hacks too. Yeah, the wall hacks I think we're agreeing on. So I don't know if we're gonna agree with pyro changes, so I don't know if I can really add it here. I'm gonna add what I said, and you guys let me know if you think it's good or not. And then if it's not, I'll just delete it. What about this? Pyro can no longer infinitely hold Fireball. Timer similar to Sword and Shield. Maybe instead of firing, it cancels, and it gives you a little bit of time that you can push a Pyro. What do you think of this? Can we agree, at the very least, that maybe you shouldn't be able to infinitely hold something? Force cast, not cancel. The problem is, in like duos and trios, Pyros can infinitely hold Fireball and insta-kill a player. Like, all they have to do is camp in the center with a team, and they can instantly kill somebody. Like, I don't know. I really don't think Pyro is balanced. It seems like we're getting, like, a mixed things here. Some people agree, some people disagree. Remove full charge, breaking charge attacks. That would be a reasonable thing, because as of now, so think of it this way. Pyro infinitely holds Fireball. You can never push them. Like, I just don't understand how you're supposed to push a Pyro. You can't do it. They do too much damage, and because there's no cooldown when they have to recast Fireball, they can just sit there forever and you can't touch them. So if you get a bad circle and you are forced to push into them, you just die. If they have even the slightest high ground on you, you can't kill them. I'm not saying to remove his fireball hold. I'm saying to give it a timer, right? Like a 10-second timer or something. Pyro doesn't need to hold fireball for 2 minutes, right? What reason does Pyro have to be able to infinitely hold something like that? That does what, 500-600 damage if they're geared? I think it's 500 I've seen, at least. If Pyro never has to let go of Fireball, you basically can't kill them. It's really, really difficult to fight them if they're geared. I'm seeing more people agree. Oh, you know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll do a straw poll. Yeah, instead of sitting here arguing, majority rules, right? Seems fair. Seems fair to me, at least. There you go. So should Pyro Fireball be able to charge infinitely? Yes. As it currently is, Pyro can hold forever. Currently exists. Or no, Pyro should have a timer similar to Sword and Shield. I'll let you guys vote, because I'm seeing mixed things, so I'll let you go. My Emirates are temporary. I don't care. Alright, so let me send you this straw poll, fellas. Well, if you disagree, then just do disagree. And then we can move on from it. I'll be back in a minute. You guys vote. Let's see. Oh, continuous mana consumption? You know, that's not a bad idea. Actually, that might be smart. Yeah, what do you guys think of that? So, okay, no, that's very smart. Okay, so what if okay, that's actually really smart. So while Pyro's holding Fireball, he can hold it infinitely, but after a certain period of time, there's like a 1 mana per second drain. So he can hold it forever, but there's a very, very small, so he can hold it as long as he has mana. That's actually really smart. I'm gonna overrule. It seems like this is pretty even. So I'm gonna remove this. I think that's actually way smarter. That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Uh Mana drain on Fireball after a time drains 1 mana per second to nerf the infinite hold Fireball. If nerf the infinite holding. Okay, can we agree to this? 60% is now even. Well, it's close enough to even, right? It's close enough. It wasn't like a resounding yes, and I said that I wanted this to be like mostly consensual, and that wasn't very consensual. But what about this? Do we agree? Mana drain on Fireball after a time drains 1 mana per second to nerf the infinite holding. I disagree. I do not think Pyro is good the way it is. There's very blatant imbalances with the class. I've been playing the game. We're just taking a small break to make a list. I've been playing a lot today. What do you mean? Uh, so there's two things I want to add. So there's two things. Cryo Curse, Q, needs nerfed. We can all agree to this. I don't know what we need to do to nerf Cryo Curse, but this is obviously broken. And Thunderstaffs. Thunderstaffs also need nerfed. I do have a suggestion for Thunderstaffs. So, what do we think about this? I think Thunderstaffs are too strong, especially Stormcaller, because you can basically spam like 4 to 5 Lightning Staffs on a person who gets slowed. So what if Thunderstaffs, when you use a lightning, you have to wait until the lightning goes away before you can use another one. So that way you can't just spam like 1,000 damage in like 1 second on the same spot while they can't move because of either Cryo Curse or Thunderclap or whatever. What do we think of that? This would also help prevent the double Thunderstaff, so maybe people start using some different options and not just like every druid in the game running 2 Thunderstaffs. Unique staff has 1 charge? What do you mean? The Stormcaller has 3 charges. I'm talking about the Stormcaller, the actual good legendary. Maybe, oh yeah, just like a cooldown. Yeah, that probably sounds cleaner. Maybe like a 5 second cooldown on use. Thunderstaff, 5 second cooldown between use to nerf the double staff meta. I feel like that would be good, right? What do we think of this? Pyro is definitely not a weak class. Pyro is only a weak class if you do not know how to play the class. Pyro is insanely strong. They are very, very good. Especially on Castle. Yeah, so the idea behind the cooldown is so people with like Stormcaller or double Lightning Staff can't spam like 3 to 5 on one spot and bring you from 100 to 0 while you're Thunder Flash so you can't move. Because not every class can get out of the Thunder class range. So it prevents the insta-kills, which is what we're trying to prevent, right? We're trying to prevent the insta-kill combat. 3 second cooldown? It could be 3 second. It doesn't really matter. It could be 4 to break the difference. It doesn't. The idea is there, though. That's the idea. Should the game allow equipping 2 of the same weapons? Well, if you have 2 of the same Thunderstaff, the cooldown will stop it, right? Also, doing this means the Stormcaller is not blatantly OP either. Because the Stormcaller is probably too strong. It kills you too fast. You can honestly go from 100 to 0 with one Stormcaller alone. So I really think a cooldown would benefit not just the regular staff, but would help nerf the legendary one as well. I think cooldown, it just makes the most sense. Because double staff has a downside. You can't block. The problem is druids don't care because the staffs kill you so fast that it doesn't matter. Because you can just spam 4 of them out and they're dead anyway, so who cares? As far as the Cryo Curse Q is concerned, what are we thinking of this? Cryo Curse Q needs nerfed. We all know it needs changed. Maybe, how do we nerf Cryo Curse? What needs to change to make Cryo more fun to play against? Because I think everyone agrees that the Q is too strong. There's a lot of things that could be added, right? Projectile. Well, making it a skill shot is a nerf. Making it a skill shot 100% is a nerf, right? Do you think do you think skill shot? Can we agree to that? Does cryo really need an ability as strong as it is that has zero skill to use? Maybe make it skill based. Kind of like at the very least make it kind of like the DK grab. Because like DK doesn't grab for free. DK at least has to like aim. You can at least try to dodge DK's grab. You cannot dodge Cryo's curse. Skill shot, but not blockable. What if it was just a fast projectile? Yeah, so how about so skill shot with fast projectile seems good, right? I think the reason people complain about it is because you can't block it. Like, you can't do anything against it. They get it for free. It's so, like, the hit scan, like, it's too strong as it currently is. So I think this makes the most sense. Priest of Resurrection with the unique helmet needs nerf. If that priest gets a kill, it also gives you another resurrection. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Force Trinity plus Whirlwind makes it so Whirlwind cannot be blockable. Wait, does it? Wait, what? Force of Trinity plus Whirlwind means you can't block it? Wait, how? Wait, in what? Wait, how does that work? I don't know anything about that. I don't have no knowledge of this. Oh, interesting. So it stops, so it puts you at 80% block instead of 100% block? Interesting. I never, interesting. Okay. I didn't know about that. I can't really comment on it because I haven't seen it, but that does sound good. I mean, regardless, Cryo Q does not need to be as easy as it is to hit. It's just not good gameplay mechanic-wise. It just doesn't make sense. It should take a little bit of skill to use. It shouldn't be as brain dead as it is, right? Go test in custom game with someone. Well, I don't have. I'd have to build a Force of Trinity kit to test it. That is interesting though. I never considered doing that. I will say though, uh, longsword parries probably still counter it though, right? Longsword with battle cry probably counters whirlwind, I think. Force of Trinity, it's I know, I'm not surprised you don't know what it is because no one uses it. Let's see if I have a piece with it on. Yeah, I do. So it deals 100 damage, applies 20% vulnerability, and slows people for 80% when you hit them 3 times within 3 seconds. What about Cryo? All I have is that we should make it a skill shot with a fast projectile instead of a free use. That's seems to be the general consensus that seems mostly agreed upon. Forza Trinity actually resets in the most amount of damage out of any set at optimized gear. Really? That's crazy to me. Yeah, I guess I just didn't realize how strong Forza Trinity is. I didn't realize. Well, regardless if it's the sets making Cryo OP or Cryo itself, Cryo's Q is probably still like an unfun game mechanic, right? But this is Quathos, right, Major? We're talking about Quathos gear balance, not like normal gameplay. Is it as strong as is it really that strong in lower tier gameplay? Because you have to hit them 3 times first. It's kind of hard to hit someone 3 times with a longsword. Only one target on Q at a time. I don't know if they do that or not. It triggers from Whirlwind. Yeah, but if they have a shield and then you start whirlwinding, they'll just block it all, right? So your entire plan is to trigger it from because it has to be unblockable damage. So all they have to do is block it, right? Yeah, but you're talking about trios. I gotcha. But you're talking about it sounds like you're talking about Quathos. So I'm not entirely sure. It's not hard to hit someone 3 times with pyro. Yeah, I believe that. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. I guess I just don't really understand Force of Trinity very well either. It's hard for me to make a suggestion because I just genuinely don't ever see Force of Trinity used. Explain the time gate for legendaries. Yeah, so when a boss drops a legendary unique, there's a timer put in place before that item can drop again for everybody. So if like a sword drops, there's an 8-hour period where it literally cannot drop until the timer's gone, which results in like a lot of people, which it results in just a very unfun experience for farming bosses. If you hit 3 small fireballs, enemies slow for 80%, hit them with Thunderstaff. Yeah, that does sound really good. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not really a petition for the devs. It's a community list to hopefully give to the devs for things that it seems like most of us are agreeing would be good for the game. Oh yeah, we mentioned the wall hacks from Druid. All right, how about this? Rework wall hacks for Druid. Add footsteps or scent to follow for recent areas players have explored. What do you think of that? I already mentioned the elf passive rework. It's right here. I kind of already started to mention high level gear nerfs, right? I mentioned set bonuses being too strong, which I think is part of it. One thing at a time, right? Yeah, kind of like the ranger perk in Dad. Either you see footsteps on the ground or like maybe like some kind of scent shows up that kind of brings you and shows you towards it. Something like that. Is Whirlwind even that good if it's doing 80% damage? Like if someone's blocking with a shield and you do the 20% vulnerability, they're still blocking 80%. Is it really that good? It is good for 20% damage? Really? Okay, I'll take your word for it. I must not really understand the math here. Time to test it? Yeah, it sounds like it is time to test it. It's a good list. Thanks. Glad you like it. Oh, the devs, look at this list. Yeah, I sent a message to Hellhammer that I'm making the list, so hopefully he responds back and we can give this to him. Fuel Ring legendaries into Bringer lobbies. That's already been answered, Epochs. Right here. No legendaries, uniques, and casual. Right here at the top. Oh, yeah, yeah. Damage stacks and HP stacks are probably overtuned, too. What do we think here? Slightly reduce max damage and max HP on kill. Would we agree? Just because of the damage stacks and stuff seem too strong. So I feel like a slight nerf to this is probably good. What do we think? Yeah, the on kill buffs is what I'm referring to, yeah. It's 2% damage and 2.5% HP per stack, which seems really high. You can easily get like 30% more damage. Do you have a max? I don't know, but I know you can get like 40% damage at least with like a decent build. It's really, really crazy. It's an insane amount of damage. Reworking wall hacks to see invisible characters instead of non-invis for anti-camping tool. Well, that would only be with the scent thing, right? And I don't know if it should see invisible or not. That might be a little bit OP. I'm not sure. Well, a big reason endgame gear gets so strong, aside from set bonuses, is because you stack max damage and max HP, and it results in you just supercharging your character. Anyone who's not using this is going to be at a huge disadvantage. It's a really big deal. We already talked about gear score brackets. I mentioned like like a low 15 as an example for casual. I don't think there's enough players for now to do more than 2. So I mentioned 15, and then for classic to raise the maximum or the minimum gear score. But that's because of these other changes that I've already mentioned before. They kind of all work together to hopefully make for like a better experience. They get a flat amount instead of percentage. Well, you could also just reduce the percentage. So instead of 2% damage and 2.5% health, what if you get like 1.5% damage or 1% damage and then like 1.5% health or something? Do not allow players with 15 plus gear score into casual. Well, I've already mentioned some casual nerfs. The no legendary unique in casual, and I also mentioned capping casual gear to blue and greens only. I think that would be helpful. The classic fights don't have to be completely fair. It's a gear-based game, right? However, the increase in casual loots, uh, and the mini bosses dropping purples means that you can play casual to help gear yourself. Classic isn't really made to be played in greens. Classic is made like it's supposed to be casual, where you're supposed to use like green gear and stuff to level up and like build a set for classic. That seems to be that's what's supposed to happen, but instead people just abuse the system of bringing like legendaries into low gear lobbies, and that's like all casual is at this point. Casual fights are supposed to be more equal gear, which is what I'm advocating for. All these changes are to help casual players, right? That's what all this is for. I mentioned some Swordmaster changes already. Where's it at? Swordmaster cooldown or separate inventory with fixed swords. Because, yeah, the Swordmaster, the way it currently works with filling up your inventory feels pretty bad. Cooldown would also kind of resolve that issue, but I don't know if they want to do that or not. There's brackets for Classic. Technically, there are. I noticed some brackets, but they don't work. They're not consistent. Like, technically, there's matchmaking brackets, but it usually doesn't work, and it shoves you in a different pool. And the problem is because casual mode is so bad in loots, it just doesn't even feel worth playing at all. Well, the only reason to raise the gear score minimum in Classic is to keep people out of there so new players don't go in and die and blame gear, because you want casuals to stay in casual mode until they're ready. So we could raise this number. Sure, we could raise this. We could make it like Dark and Darker where it's like a pretty high number and it forces you to get geared. We could do that. You know, but that's just to artificially force people to stop going into classic mode with no gear. That's all this does, right? But not just removing casual and make lock gear score levels. Honestly, I think casual and classic mode is fine. It gives a sense of progression too. Right now, this game is really struggling without like. There's no sense of progression right now. Like once you like you reach the end game super fast because there's not a lot of content to do. Like there's no in-game there's Quathos, but there's not really any like objectives in the game besides PvP. The only real objective early game is just going from like casual to classic mode. Like that's about it. So I don't know. I think I think it's fine as is. It's just that the game needs content. Yeah, questing would be nice. I think questing would be good. Quest for in-game progression. I feel like this is good, right? Like I don't think anyone would complain about additional content, right? Surely everybody would be fine with quests being added, right? Not a single person would deny that or anything. Surely. Yeah, I know the timers suck, but I mentioned the timers already up at the top. Time gate for legendaries and uniques. Already mentioned it. As long as yeah, as long as the quests aren't horrible, but I think this game could probably do quests. I think that's fine. If you drop 95% greed in casual, how do you want people to build purple stuff? Well, because I already gave the solution. It's already up here. Because I want blue and green to be more common in casual, and I want mini bosses to drop purples and bosses drop purples so people can get ready and get into classic mode. That's the whole point. These changes are in mind if all of this changes together, right? Not like all this might not work separately, but if all of it changed together, I think it would work out pretty well. Did I add force to set too strong? Okay. I don't know if the devs think force is too strong, but I'll add it there just to appease you. If all of this got added into the game tomorrow, this game would actually be so good overnight. If every single one of these changes happened, like right now, this game would be so good. It just requires all of these changes. The foundation is there. The foundation is there. We just have to add these things to the game. I know it's gonna take a while. I know it'll take a while. I'm joking mostly, of course. I'm aware. I didn't add dice system because we couldn't agree. This is made to be a consenting community list, and we're too many disagreements on dice, so I just left it out of it. Well, the better drops for mini boss and Cyclops kind of goes without saying, but I can add it to it. It was kind of That's kind of the point of the time gate and the percentage. I'll add it though. Uh, Mini bosses and bosses in classic. Loot needs buffs. Not worth killing. Yeah, we everyone should agree to this. Mini bosses and bosses are such a joke right now. Hot zones. I mentioned this in a video. I think this is such a good idea. I want to see hot zones on the map. That give PvP incentive, such as a locked safe. This is just an example. It doesn't have to be a locked safe, but just as an example. And this would give PvE players who don't want to PvP, like, it would make them safer because they're not going to get spawn rushed. Does that make sense? Hot zones on the map that give PvP incentive, so the people that want to PvP slash want to go for objectives go to like the hot zone on the map, and the people that want to avoid players just avoid those hot zones. So they're more likely to not run into people spawn rushing them as they loot the map. I think this alone would make spawn rushing a lot less bad. Oh, more than one ramp to Cyclops? Yeah, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Yeah, I think everyone agrees with that too. Yeah, more than one Cyclops ramp to stop camping on castle. Absolutely agreed. Change the way spells work, so if Druid's holding a potion, they can still deal damage. Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, that would make sense. Uh, change spell damage based on holding item. For example, DK grab deals 0 damage with potion. Yeah, that is really silly. I agree. It's really weird that potion grabbing does no damage. I agree. Do we have a way to forward the list? Yes. I talked to Hellhammer on a somewhat reasonable basis. I talk to him maybe like once a week. It's not super often, but he gives me like game codes for cosmetics. And he's given me some feedback on videos before. So I think I can get this. I think I can get this list to Hellhammer, and I think he'll read it. I really think he'll read it. I sent him a message that I'm making this list. I'm just waiting to see if he'll reply. If daggers could break shields, it would be so broken on Fighter though. If Fighter if Fighter had access to legendary dagger and could break shields, it would be the most broken shit in the world. You can't do that while that's still in the game. Hellhammer is the dev. He's in the Discord. Emphasize the better loot on both casual. I put it on. I put it here, didn't I? I swear I added it, didn't I? The list is getting pretty long. It's hard to see it. I swear I put it on this list. Didn't I? Can anyone see it? Did I miss it? Yeah, Fighter being able to use daggers is probably... yeah, I wouldn't mind just getting rid of that. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Castle and sitters and loot should be equal. Yeah, already mentioned it. Right here. Double sword? Dude, I never see double swords in solos anymore. I don't think double swords are a problem. I almost never see them used anymore. I never see them used. They're just kind of there. I mean, I play a lot of solos and they don't even feel meta anymore. I don't, it's so, like, between the longsword parrying them and everybody kind of go into, like, range, such as, like, Ranger, Swordmaster, Cryo, like, I just don't think they just don't, it doesn't feel like they're used as much anymore, like they used to be. How about same gear for all players in Quathos, no legendary? I've already added something like that. I added it here. Events with fair gear for everyone to participate equally, so not necessarily Quathos, but I would like to see events added that everybody can participate in. So yeah, I added that too. This is something that I am creating in hopes that Hellhammer will read it because I currently talk to him every once in a while. So I think I can get him to read this. It's worth noting, by the way, since some people seem skeptical that he'll read it. When I made those YouTube videos that made gameplay suggestions a week or two ago, Hellhammer actually reached out to me and said that he watched those videos and said that, like, they're taking it into, like, some consideration. But there's no way to know how long it'll be before things actually get changed. But They have read stuff for me before. And all the stuff that I mentioned in videos, a lot of it is actually on this list. So some of it they already know about, right? Yeah, I imagine Kessun probably get some uninstalls for sure. I should save this. I'm gonna save this. Where should I save it? Downloads? I don't know. Where do I want to put this? I don't know. I don't know where to put it. I'll just throw it here in my... I'll just throw it here. I don't know. I'll just throw it in documents. I don't really care. I just don't want to lose it. Richard exposed? People already know my name. My name isn't secret. Anyway. Stupid. Hey, Champagne, how you doing, man? Good to see it. Imagine PC crashing before saving. Yeah, I should have saved this a long time ago. Well, lucky for me, I could have went back in the VOD and got at least the, I would have had to rewrite it, but that would have been, but I would have done it if I had to. I don't think roadmaps are as good of a thing as people think they are. I honestly don't think roadmaps are that big of a deal. I have seen companies release roadmaps and then none of it ever gets done because you can't always prepare for the future and what can change in what period of time. So I really don't, I would rather just see changes be done than just see like a random roadmap be added, personally. Add AU servers. I don't know what servers used to be there. I that's why I said all servers, right? So I'm hoping they revert the server change, to be honest with you, but I don't know if they'll do that. Crit damage? Yeah, I think crits may be a little bit too high, too. Maybe crit stacking should be a little bit lower, maybe. Should we also slightly reduce crit chance so you can't just get 100%? Maybe the crit chance should be... I don't know, maybe you shouldn't be able to stack 100% crit. Maybe you should only be able to stack like 50% or 80% or something. I don't know. Am I gonna prioritize this list? No. I think all of it is, at the end of the day, all of it is probably important. I think you could go from top to bottom and just read it, and like all of it is probably important, so it doesn't really matter. I don't think there's a single change on this list that is bad for the game. I think all of this would make the game better. Every single thing on this list would be better. What do you think? Like crit chance max 80% to incentivize headshots? Do we agree with that? Anyone disagree with crits not being 100% guaranteed? That hurts cryo? Good. It should hurt cryo. What's wrong with hurting cryo? Good. Reopening the servers? Yeah, I know it's important. But there's only so much I can do. It's already on the list, so you know the devs have for sure seen it. You think the cryo nerf is worrying because it'll be useless in casuals? You think so? I don't think cryo curse needs to be just free use hit scan though. You don't think? I don't know. I think fast skill shot projectile is fine. Don't make it hard 80%. Just reduce the amount of crit you get from items. Okay, so why don't I just change it then? Why don't I just change the crit on kill? There. How about that? Slightly reduce max damage, max HP, and crit on kill, and total crit chance. There you go. All in one little nice line. Yeah, the developers already know that people are not happy about the servers. I added it for clarity's sake, but they don't need to see, like, they already know, right? The reason I didn't add dice to this list is because we're not able, like, we are not able as a community, at least in this chat, to agree, what, we can't agree what should be changed because everyone has different opinions. You think they know most of this? You think so? I don't know if I agree to that. You think they know most of this? Maybe. You could say that. I don't know if I agree, but maybe. Market fee? What about it? You mean the 25% fee? You sent me a balance change document? Where did that balance change document come from? Was that the one that someone mentioned, was it Wolfie or something sent or made? That's true. 25% is pretty crazy. I could agree to that. Maybe make it 15 or 10%. What do you, I mean, I don't know. Tax dollars going? I had no idea. I don't know. I think I agree to this. I don't think the market fee needs to be 25. I do think 10 to 15 is probably good. 25 is super high. I agree. 10 to 15 is probably better. I would agree. Yeah, 25% really is crazy. So, like, if you want to sell, like, a 4 million legendary, you just lose 1 million gold off rip. It's crazy. It makes it really hard to even sell stuff because if you sell it, you just lose so much money. I'll be back in a minute. Feel free to add any other things. I'll try to read it when I come back. They do scam us with 25%. True. Oh, actually, I agree. 100%. Yeah, Gray Gear should be tier 1. That's something that we mentioned the other day. Completely forgot about that. True. True, true, true. Absolutely. So if you don't know, currently Gray Gear is tier 0 and green is gear 2. So that's why the difference between gray and green feels so high, because there's a 2-tier difference between that, which makes it feel kind of crazy. So maybe it's not the gray gear that needs to be 0, it's the looted gray gear should be 0. Yeah, looted grays you should get that tier bump to get more damage and stuff. I think that would help you a little bit at fighting greens. Because right now, uh oh is looted are looted grays white? I thought they were gray. Isn't it all gray? I don't it's been a long time. Is it white? Oh, is it? Okay. White gear should be tier 1. Okay. I honestly forgot it's been so long since I've like really looked at white gear. I kind of forgot it even existed. White gear is such a joke because it doesn't do anything. It's so useless. They're better, but not by much. The tier makes a really big difference. I think if the white gear was tier 1, it really would help you fight green gear a little bit better. I think that would be fine. Is white only for heirlooms? Yeah, I think isn't it looted gray? I swear there's looted gray gear, right? I swear there is. Looted gray gear is white color, not gray. I swear there's looted gray. I can add the dice thing that we add. That there's a lot of people that have mentioned this. Base cost for dice, for example, 20k gold, and when killing that player, receive a dice. This has been mentioned before. This would make it so at least if you kill someone with dice, you get your own dice to use yourself, which could be good. I don't know. Maybe that's okay. Yeah, after playing DB, Dark and Darker's gotten a lot worse for me. That's why I'm sitting here, on DB. Well, kind of on DB. We're doing both today. This will incentivize RMT. Does it? How does that incentivize RMT? We've already talked about it. Dice. We don't all agree that dice needs removed. That doesn't actually. So this, I don't think this incentivizes RMT at all. List of demands? No. It's just list of suggestions. It's really hard for me to play Dark and Darker because the solo meta is just so unfun. It really does go down to the solo meta in that game. That's really what kills it for me. Sounds like I'm just gonna leave dice off the list because we can't agree. So I'm just gonna leave it off. There's too many. There's too many people that can't agree, and I don't really want to add anything to it for now. Hey Ozzy or Oz, this is a community list for me to hopefully give to the developers to look into. We're trying to basically add stuff that will help improve or fix the game. And I think everything here currently is good for the game. Transparent matchmaking. I already have it on the. It's already on the list, Doctor. It's already here. It's right here on the. Where's it at? Gear score matchmaking for casual. For example, 15 plus minus. The point of this is that it's transparent and everyone knows what it is. Similar to Dark and Darker. This would obviously replace the hidden matchmaking, so it's already here. You think the price change I wrote? Do you not? Oh, you think everyone's okay with the price change? With the cost of one dice? You think so? I think this is fine anyway, because it means that the two-handed legendaries don't have more value than one-handed ones. 20k is too much. A lot of people would argue 20k is too little. Right now, 20,000 gold is the average cost for a one-handed weapon to get diced anyway. You also want it to be a higher amount. If it's not a high amount, then it's too easy, right? Uh, yes. People do want radical changes for dice. People are split. Some people want it changed, some people do not. At the very least, it seems like people could agree, mostly agree that like the cost is okay. It has to be expensive to dice a legendary, though. If a legendary is too cheap to dice, then I don't know. Then it's absolutely no. At least this adds risk. It adds a 20,000 gold risk to losing it forever. At least there's a, I don't know. At least there's something there. Can you make a poll? What do you want the poll to be? If you want dice in the game? Yeah, we can do a poll. Sure, why not? So it's worth nerding though. This doesn't show the whole picture because I think people wouldn't mind dice if there was an incentive to killing someone that has dice, right? So I imagine like this actually might be a lot of. I imagine this might even be a lot of no's because right now the system doesn't really incentivize it, but hard to say. Also, of course, it'll be a small sample size too. So whether it's yes or no, ultimately, uh, you know, it is what it is. No, Dark and Darker does not have. So here's the thing that I think people don't understand. Dark and Darker has no dice system, but you never see legendaries or uniques used. It's never used until like the very end of wipe, which just kind of results in just boring gameplay. To be honest with you, at least for my point of view, at least. Because I think the bigger issue with dice is that people are tired of killing someone with a dice and then going, oh, I get no loot from this now, which is annoying. Like, you should get something from someone when you kill dice, I think. Yeah, so like, some people say, so you can see, like, I know it's not a big sample size, but it's the same sample size as the pyro change, and I said, like, okay, we can't agree. It's closer than I bet people think it is. Or it's, it's. I think people that don't want dice seem to think that everybody doesn't want dice. So they just think it's the majority, but that's not true. Like I know it's super small votes, whatever, right? But not everybody wants no dice in the game, you know. So there you go. This is why I keep saying that I am not comfortable making a statement on dice because people can't agree on it, and I don't want to have a super like I don't know. I don't want to have to worry about it. I want to give the devs like a list that everybody agrees on, not a list with controversial changes, which is what dice is right now, right? How can you make a decision like that based on a 55-44 split? I know it's a small sample, whatever, but still, I'm just putting it out there, you know? Yeah. Yeah, people like don't believe me. Whenever I try to say that dice being removed isn't something that everybody wants, people seem to like not believe me for some reason. Yeah, not everybody wants dice gone, and not everybody wants dice in the game. People are split. It's a very, very split topic, you know. I think there's improvements that could be made, but I don't think just removing the dice is the right call. I think this game actually could make it work, but there's some changes that need to be done. Yes, I've mentioned it a lot of times, Karif. If you remove dice from the game, then legendaries and uniques never see play anymore. You'll never see them. They also need to change the drops, though. You know what? I'm gonna leave dice off completely because I think the dice mechanic honestly gets changed a lot if the time gate is gone and people can get them in drop in dungeons more. Maybe it doesn't become as annoying. I'm gonna just leave it off for now. I'm just gonna leave it off this list. I think that's better. Just because we can't. I don't know. It's obviously not agreed on. So remove all servers? Good idea. We should make one mega server. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh man. Okay. Remove the limitation of items from the merchant. Hold up, I'm missing stuff here. Hard to keep track. Sorry. Make dice persist through extraction. If you die with it, then you can't reduce the cooldown. Honestly, I would like to see this timer change for uniques and legendaries first, and then see what happens with dice. Because right now, the reason dice are so annoying is because they're too expensive. If legendaries and uniques are more common, maybe the dice isn't as annoying. Because like right now, You can dice purples that are worth like 100,000 gold. And people don't ever complain about that. It's because of the price. If legendaries cost like 100,000 or something, I don't think anyone would complain about it. You know, just as like an idea. So I don't know. It really could just be like the drop percentages that are also kind of skewing dice too. Important to be able to craft arrows lower grade. Yep, I already added that to the list. We're already good there. It's somewhere in this pile. Why do swords and bolts have 99 limit? True. That's true. It doesn't really make sense to me either. I don't know why it doesn't. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, we could do that. There you go. Shop merchants, higher total inventory, swords, potions, etc. Seems good. The first one, time gate for legendaries and unique drops to be removed and to make it a low drop percentage instead. So everybody can farm bosses equally. Dicing for 60k is like way too expensive, though. An average loot run on Classic is like 50k. If the dice cost is more, then what the hell's the point of dice even existing, right? I mentioned no. I think legendaries and unique should not be in casual mode. Drut. I think legendaries and unique should not be allowed in casual at all. And no, I don't think they should. They probably shouldn't even drop at bosses, right? I don't know. What do you think? Drop purples. What do you, actually? Yeah, that's a good thought. Uh, should bosses drop legendaries in casual mode? Probably, yeah. Probably legendaries, but not uniques. Because right now they already do, right? What? So bosses, what? Small chance for legendary? What do you think? Yes or no? Should you even be able to get a legendary from normals? I don't know. I don't think uniques can drop. I think having a very small chance for legendary is fine. I think you should be able to. A very small chance to still make it worth doing in classic mode, but giving you an option to at least maybe get it, I think is good. Well, no, the sweaty tryhards wouldn't want to play casual, though, because it's a small chance, right? Why would you play casual mode for bossing when you could go, like, we're talking like a super minute chance, right? Yeah, not mini bosses. No, I'm only talking about bossing. Yeah, that's why I separated it. Only bosses. Increased dice price, so you pick dice slot. I mentioned that, but people couldn't really agree on it, so I just left it off the list. I did mention that, though. Exactly that. I think, no, I think unique should be able to drop from Cyclops. Why, why should uniques only drop, like, every other day, basically? Because if you're on Castle, then you physically can't get to Wendigo. And yeah, like, you can get to the Shadow Boss, but it's not a guaranteed spawn. I think Cyclops should be able to drop a unique, even if it's a low chance. I think it's fine. Well, though, obviously, the chance of Legendary should not be the same from Casual to Classic. I think that goes without saying, right? Obviously, the chance of stuff should be higher in Classic than Casual. Just because the chance is there doesn't mean that it's higher. Yeah, I thought that went without saying, but I'll put it there. Mob leashing. I think the leashing does exist, but it's a little finicky. Usually I can get mobs off of me, but sometimes they do come for a while. Do something with dice? It doesn't... I want it to be a helpful list for the devs. I don't want it to be like cryptic shit. I don't even know what to suggest for dice, man. No matter what suggestion I give, someone's gonna disagree. So I don't know. I'd rather I want to keep the list like everything here has pretty much been agreed on so far. So mana on hit staff. Uh I think Pyro's already super strong. I don't know if mana on hit needs to be buffed. Unless other things get nerfed about Pyro. Because they're already super good. So are priests. I'm not sure if mana on hit needs to be buffed. Or not. Quests are horrible for progression if you have wipes. Well, you don't have to do them, though. I don't know. I think quests are fine. I mean, you're the only person who's disagreed with them at this point. Everyone else has seemed okay with it. I think you're in the minority here, Robert. Don't get me wrong. I usually don't do quests in Dark and Darker, but I think it's fine to be in the game. It just adds content. Luck stat would be cool to see. I wouldn't mind seeing luck on minus touch giving additional luck, maybe. That would be cool. But right now, they don't have any sets with 4 tiers, so I'm not sure if they would do that. But I wouldn't mind seeing some kind of luck in the game that increases drops. I wouldn't be, I think that'd be okay. Yeah, technically they're not wipes, they're seasonal realms, but I just call them wipes because it's just easier. You're casual and you don't like the fact there's full agree mithril sets that kill you and get your loot, but if you kill them, you don't get anything since mithril cannot be broken or sell. Yeah. I personally haven't really had any issue with it myself, but I can see where that could be frustrating, but I don't know what they could do to fix that. I could see that being frustrating, though. Killing a mithril player and realizing you get nothing from them. I could see that. They used to respawn. And before the release, they would respawn and come back. It was really stupid. I'm at least glad they nerfed them a little bit. They did not announce the date of the first seasonal yet, no. We're still waiting for that. We haven't seen it yet. You should send the list, because if we keep going, they'll have to develop the entire game. Yeah. Well, it's kind of just like while we're here, right? I'm just trying to like get it all done and out in the open. Because my plan is to also put this in the Discord, the suggestions tab of the Discord channel. I'll throw this list in there once we're done with it, and then I'll also forward it to like Hellhammer or something, probably Hellhammer, and hopefully he reads it and they, look into it. Again, I've sent them feedback before. Well, they watched some of my videos of feedback that actually is some of what is on this list, and they did at least acknowledge it. So I think it's pretty likely they'll read through this. I don't think this is in vain. I think they really will look at this. I really do. I'll even let you guys know if they do. If I get like a response that isn't like a secret message or something, like I don't know. I don't know. I don't imagine that would be the case. But if I get like if I get some kind of reply, I'll let you guys know if I can get anything that I can like share. My list without commentary can be hard to understand. You think so? I'm not sure. How about instead of doing all that, I'll just like I'll just kind of go through everything. Once we're completely done with the list, I'll go one by one and explain everything, and then we can kind of go from there. I can do that. Imagine someone without info. I could see that being, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I could, yeah, I get it. You know, I wonder if he would do a call with me. That would, yeah, yeah, he might. You know, I wonder if I could convince him to, yeah, to like join me in a call and like go over these. That would be interesting. I don't know if he'll do that or not though. I've never had any offers for anything like that, so definitely not guaranteed, but if the offer was there, I would do it. I don't know how busy he currently is. Get him on a podcast like the Dark and Darker devs do. Get him on stream or something. I don't know if they would do that. I don't think they would, to be honest with you, but I don't know that for sure. Um it would probably be like it would be more like probably a private thing, like just like going over the info from what I gave on stream. I don't think I have a hard time believing that they would come on stream, but I guess they might. I might be able to do something like that. That would be kind of cool to do. Who are we talking about? Hellhammer is a developer in the Discord channel. He's the one that I usually talk to. I will say, I did talk to, what's his name? Let's see if I can find him. It's been a while since I talked to him. Let me see. Sorry, give me a second to see if I can find him. I talked to, Varun. Yeah, Varun. I sent him he sent me a message a while back. Uh, Back in like early last month, they gave me like a shout out on their announcement page. And he thanked me for the content that I made. But I gave him questions, and he never responded to them. So I don't really know how much conversation I really have with Varun, because the only questions I've asked him, he ignored. I think he either got busy or he didn't feel like he could answer them, so I never heard back. So yeah. No guarantees on that one. Baron gets back. Yeah, I think he just forgot, honestly. I don't know. It's been like a month now, so he probably just lost track and never got to respond. You'd like something like Dark and Darker and get drops of just loot that you can sell instead of items. Well, I mean, Dungeonborne already has that, right? With like the treasures, pretty much. Here, I'll even send Varun a message right now, and we'll see if he we'll see if he ends up responding or not. I'll let you know. I'll give it a try though. I'll reach out to both developers and see. Okay. Is there anything else on this list that I could add, or are we like kind of drawing to a close here, you think? I feel like I've pretty much given everything I can possibly think of to add to this list. I don't think there's anything left. I am more than happy to go over anything else, but I think this is like all I can think of. I don't want to make the list too long, so I think this is like more than enough, I think. Clear matchmaking brackets, already in the list. Remove time gate, already in the list. Lower cooldown. I don't know what the cooldown is. Oh, the cooldown, you mean for map changes? They would need more player base for that. I think that's the problem. Think we're good? All right. I think we're good. All right, so I'm gonna go over the entire list one time, just so everybody who wasn't here can get an idea of like everything that we know. And then I'm gonna try to talk to one of the developers, and try to get them to hopefully hear out this list. Uh, don't be so sure. They've read feedback from me before. It's definitely possible that they do see it. We'll see. All right, locally record it. It's already being locally recorded. When I stream, I always have recording local set for videos. Okay. So this is the community list for Dungeonborne. I want to see time gates for legendaries and uniques from bosses removed. I would rather see a low percentage drop rate instead. This would incentivize bossing for everybody at even times. I think this would be good for the game. Mini bosses and bosses in classic loot need to be buffed because they're currently not worth killing. Most people rush PvP and do not kill mini bosses or bosses. So I want to see this buffed. Hot zones on the map that would give PvP incentives, such as a lock safe, for example. This would help PvE players also not get spawn rushed. If we give PvP players a objective on the map to go to also have high PvP, it would mean that PvE players can kind of like stay away from the hot zones. It might reduce spawn rushing naturally, which would be good. More than one Cyclops ramp to stop camping on castle. The camping for Cyclops is just out of control. No one kills Cyclops. They just use it to basically zone control the entire game, especially Pyros. It's really oppressive. No legendaries and uniques in casual. This goes without saying. There's no reason to use these in casual mode. Leave them for classic mode for new players. Capping casual gear to blues and increasing green and blue loot to be more common. This would help because purples is what enables 30 set bonus gear, and we're already capping legendaries and uniques. So I think blue is probably the way to go. Mini bosses and bosses should have a chance. Chance to drop purples. Probably not guaranteed. But I imagine we should probably have a chance to drop purples for mini bosses and bosses to make them worth killing. I'm not sure if guarantee is the right way to go here, but I'm not entirely sure. And bosses should have a very small chance for legendaries, higher chance, of course, in classic. Let's see. Gear score matchmaking for casual. Just as an example, 15 gear score cutoff. So if you're below 15 gear score, you only see under 15. And if you're above 15, you see 15. The most important part of this is that it's transparent and everyone knows exactly what the gear score matchmaking is. They already have a chance? Okay, so we can get rid of the chance part then. Because right now people aren't doing it, so I guess the chance isn't enough. So we'll just say drop purples then. Okay, that's fine. So we'll change it to drop purples. That's fine. Because right now no one's doing them. So obviously the chance is not enough. It's not enough stuff. There's no incentive. I would personally never do it. Maybe it needs to be a higher chance, something like that. Let's see. Craft any rarity heirloom you previously unlocked. So if you craft a pink for example. You should be able to physically craft like a green or a blue from that pink for casual matchmaking. Castle and Sinner's End loot should be equal. Because Castle's locked every other day, and so is Sinner's, it sucks when you go to Castle with bad loot and you're forced to play there for the day. Raise gear score minimum for Classic to 25. This will incentivize and help new players not play Classic too early. You might even want to make this a higher number. South America server, all servers should be re-enabled. It's people are unable to play the game at 200 ping. Even I am stuck at 100 ping, which isn't ideal. So I think this is not the solution right now, regardless of player count, just because of ping issues. Killing players and bosses should count for the entire team, not only final hits. This will be important for questing if and when it does come, and players for, you know, leveling up the, what is it called? The tier, whatever it's called, you know, your tier ranking. Auction house, better UI. Right now you can search for non-existent items, and you can't search for set bonus numbers, like having 5 or 6 on a piece. It'd be nice to be able to have a little bit more flexibility, and also not be able to search for items that physically do not exist. Set bonuses are too strong. Storm Rage, Fairy, and Force, for example. They should be bonuses, not a required thing for a fight. Events with fair gear for everyone to participate equally. This isn't necessarily Quathos, but I would like to see events where everybody can participate equally. Swordmaster cooldown or separate inventory with fixed amount of swords. Something here so that way Swordmaster doesn't have a full inventory of swords would be ideal. Also, the infinite stealth of Swordmaster or elf passive in general should be nerfed. It's too strong, especially with the plus crit, allowing for very, very fast kills. It should either be a shorter duration or a cooldown. Pyro change, mana drain on Fireball. After a time, it should probably drain 1 mana per second to nerf the infinite holding. This is a pretty minor change, but something that might help get a Pyro that isn't just always holding a Fireball. Seem to be generally agreed on. Pyro Curse needs nerfed. A suggestion could be to make it a skill shot with a fast projectile. Thunderstaffs need nerfed. Maybe make a 4-second cooldown between use, so that way you can't just spam and, you know, go with the double staff meta. Rework wall hacks on Druid. Wall hacks aren't really fun. Add footsteps or scents to follow through an area, you know, for when players are, you know, just to see when players are nearby. Slightly reduce max damage, max HP, and crit on kill. Currently, it's scaling too high, especially with exceptional gear, and it's resulting in just a very overwhelming gear difference. Quest for in-game progression. This is kind of like a long-term thing, but just something to do in-game would be nice. Change spell damage based on the item you're holding. This is important for things like DK. When you're grabbing with a potion out, you do no damage. It also is important for Druid as well for transforming. Make the market fee more reasonable. 25% is kind of high. 10 or 15 is probably more reasonable here. Looted, gray, and white gear should be tier 1. This way you can level up your character and compete in greens even if you don't have greens yet, because right now they're tier 0, and tier 0 against tier 2 is a really big difference. It's like fighting greens versus purples. And shop merchants should have higher inventory totals, swords, potions, and things of that nature. Okay, here we go. That's everything, fellas. I think that's all we're gonna do for today. I think this list is good. Throw out ways to put money in this game. Wait. Throw out ways to make money in this game too, like skins. I'm gonna leave that out of this list. I think this is enough for now. I don't think I want to add anything else here. You could send this segment of the VOD to him if he can't speak. Yeah, I could do that, KSV. I think this list is like as good as it's gonna get, pretty much. Let me save real quick. King Fighter's too strong. I honestly think Battlecry is stronger than the new skill is. I really do. Spending 300,000 gold to ensure a kit makes no sense. It's too you make like 50,000 gold a game. It's not enough, I think. Or like it's just not necessary. Like yeah, you could, but I don't think we should be insuring full kits. You should always be at risk of losing. Otherwise, you'll just see people insure full legendary unique kits, which is not fun. You want to make a crush, you won't understand my answer. You're Brazilian, you love this game, like to keep playing it. Yeah, so I already have I already have the server list here. South America server, all servers. I already have the ping thing sitting here. So hopefully they can see this. Already added here. I'm telling you, I really don't think the skill, it doesn't seem as OP as people think it is. If you want to play with a crossbow, just play rogue. I don't know, man. I really think Battlecry is stronger. Yes. Yes, the okay, anyway. Yes, the servers do seem to be west because right now I'm on east and I have 100 ping, which is not great. Maybe in the future events make an option for solo players. Yeah, I would like to see some solo events too. That would be nice to see. You have the merchant having an actual use outside of selling statues. What do you mean having use? I'm not sure if I understand what you mean. Static budget gear? Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean buying gear? Yeah, I would like to see a revamp in gear buying. Yeah, buying gear from the merchant is useless. All this stuff is such a waste of time. And it restocks once a week. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this could probably do a revamp too. Probably lower on the priority list, though. There's a lot of other changes that take priority over this. Hey, get some money. Yeah, I don't buy anything. Yeah, crossbow bolts, and swords like the only thing that's purchased. All fighters play like that. I have not seen a single fighter today use that skill against me. I have fought fighters and none of them use that skill. I really don't think it's as OP as you think it is. I would recommend that you try fighter with battle cry uh before you immediately think that that's like the OP skill. I really recommend that you try it first. It also forces them to use a crossbow, which isn't ideal for fighter, because fighters right now want to use different things like daggers. And using daggers and crossbow is kind of tough, I imagine, because then you don't have a way to block. And blocking is pretty important. Like for against like Swordmaster and stuff. Although maybe they can make it work. Guys, it was facing a lot, but they used it at the start. Fair. Yeah, I don't know. I personally didn't notice it, but I wouldn't worry about too much about the Klothos thing. I really don't think we're that. I'm gonna be honest. I think we're like a few weeks away from wipe. Or not wipe, but the seasonal start. If I had to guess, I think by the end of next month, we'll see the season 1 start. I have no merit to this. I'm just guessing here. But I think probably around like the 3-month mark is when we'll see that. I don't know, 3 months seems like a reasonable amount of time for season, so we'll see. I don't know if I'm right or not, but why nerf holding a fireball? Shield doesn't stop pyro fireball. When a pyro hits you with a fireball, a full fireball, your shield gets broken, including your charge. It's to give a counterplay to pyros holding a fireball for 5 minutes for the entire game, giving you the inability to ever push them. And it also helps like later in the game too. Because the thing is when you get like circles that push you in, you can get into spots where you just basically can't beat a pyro. Sure, shield stop barrage, but it doesn't matter. The pyro will kill you. Because they'll always get a free fireball on you first. So they'll fireball you, they'll push you away, they'll fireball you again. At that point, you're basically dead. And if they're using a thunder staff too, then GG, you're dead already. Like you're already dead. There's nothing you can do. At what point do you recommend activating Battle Cry? When you're a little bit low on HP, so you can get some value out of it. You want to be getting the lifesteal. It's kind of a feel thing. When you play with Battlecry for a while, eventually you'll get to the point where you'll kind of like realize like when you want to use it. If you're low on HP or if you're about to take a big hit too, like if you get parried by a fighter, you can activate Rage really quick and just stop like 200 damage immediately, which is pretty good as well. I'm not changing the list any further. I'm gonna keep it as is for now. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep it as is for the time being. I think like there's what like I don't want to add too much more. It's already a big list, so I think it's okay for now. The more you add to the list, the more likely it is that people have something to disagree on, and I'm sure it's already not going to be 100% agreed, but it seems like mostly agreed. So for now, I'm confident like with the list as it is. I don't think we need to make any more changes. Yeah, the lifesteal stats is bad. Rage is good because 30%'s a lot. The 1% you get from weapons is super bad. It's like, it's pretty marginal. There's not enough players for skill-based matchmaking. Also, this entire game is mostly about gear. So the gear-based matchmaking kind of makes the most sense. Casual mode is supposed to be what separates that. But right now, people are kind of just... There's not a good system in place to separate it. So that's part of why you're seeing, like, such good players, too. You still think 2 or 3 of the things you added make more sense just being combined into a third difficulty and making casual PvE? I don't know if the devs are wanting to, I don't think the devs are wanting to add PvE, but I don't know for sure on that. I don't know if they'll do that, especially with the dwindling player count. I don't know if they'll end up doing that or not. I mean, Dark and Darker doesn't have a PvE mode. So it seems unlikely that they'll do that themselves. You made a new account and have 1 green heirloom and found a 30 fairy cryo. Really? That's not good. Yeah, why, like, it doesn't make sense. Why can Pyro hold their fireball infinitely, when melees can't. Like, when a melee uses, like, a sword and shield or a mace, there's a timer set in place that you have to use it. It doesn't make sense that Pyro gets to hold it forever. Because it makes imbalances where Pyro can hold an area literally forever. Because if a Pyro is holding a fireball, you cannot push them. There's nothing you can do. So at the very least, if there is something there, like this mana burn that we recommended here. Wasn't even my suggestion, by the way. People just liked it. It would at least give a little bit of counterplay if, like, to a Pyro holding it like that. Try to hold their Q forever? Yeah, but we already gave a suggestion for Cryo nerf, so. Yeah, no, we know Cryo. We also know Cryo is... We know Cryo Q is OP, right? That's why I recommended making it a... Well, not me, but... We recommended making it a skill shot with fast projectiles. Keep in mind, yeah, these are not just my suggestions. A lot of these suggestions came from you guys, and we just agreed on them. It's not like this is my list. This is our list. We all made this list. If you hear a fireball charge, you have to leave. What if you can't leave? What if the circle ends up in a spot that you have to push into a pyro and there's nowhere else to go? So what happens then? You just lose because the pyro happens to be in a spot that you have to push? What if it's castle and they have access to Cyclops and the circle is in the dead center outside? What do? How do you stop that pyro from killing you? You can't leave. There's nowhere to go. The statics are usually taken by rats, like druids and rogues. So if the pyro gets the advantage on you, you have to fight them, or they kill you. If they had that little mana burn, at least to, like, stop the infinite holding, even if it's just a temporary stop, at least it gives you something to help maybe push them, right? Pyro is, like, one of the scariest classes to play in solo. I'm not kidding. I hate fighting pyros. I have to play so smart when I see pyros in my game. Because they're so hard to kill. What has changed about the server? They merged servers together, which is causing everybody to have really high ping, and we're kind of all hoping that it changes back. I don't think anybody's really liking it right now. I know it's especially bad for South America, too. Their Q does twice the damage. Their Q's already really good, though. The pushback is insanely good for Pyro. They push you back and they throw a wall down, and then they're already gone. You can't catch them anymore. Or they throw a Thunder Flask on you and they start Thunderstaffing you. Pyro is super strong. If you don't think Pyro is strong, you're not playing the class right. I am in like the list of people that don't like playing Pyro because I don't like the gameplay of, like, basically hard camping areas for PvP. But if you play Pyro correctly, it is insanely hard to kill them. The only way to really kill a Pyro is to surprise attack them. If they know you exist, they will hold an area with a fireball forever, and you are not killing them. Unless you're a rogue that can go invid, but then you're getting caught off guard, right? But, like, rogue that insta-kills with Storm Rage set is, like, one of the only real ways you can realistically probably kill Pyro. But even them, they can get pretty slaughtered, too, if you're playing properly. Yeah, guys, Pyro is not weak. We need to get out of the mindset that Pyro is a weak class. Because Pyro is not weak. I promise. It's a strong class. I promise. Pyro doesn't only kill tanks, though. Pyro kills everybody. Pyro can legitimately kill pretty much every class if you're playing correctly. Also, rock, paper, scissors really isn't that fun. I don't think you should strive for rock, paper, scissors gameplay. You should strive for, like, balanced gameplay, right? It's not fun playing solo and running into a class that is physically unkillable. That's why this class does... That's what I think this game does so well. Giving you, like, tools such as Thunderclap, Flask, and Walls to help you in fights that you normally wouldn't be able to kill. Also, saying tanks kill rogues is a joke. Rogues are incredibly strong. Add Galeflight to Rogue and a little bit of gear, and you are insanely good. Or go even better and grab Drunk Alchemist, Tiny Torment, and Storm Rage, and you're good. Have fun killing the lobby. With the recent buff to their cleanse on Q, it's really hard to kill them. Yeah, if you think Rogue is weak, go watch Mojito or Entry if they happen to be playing. And you'll see that Rogue is not weak. Galeflight alone is enough to make the class OP. But you know, this is a whole different thing. Part of this is also set bonuses too, but legendaries in general are just really strong too. Galeflight's probably too strong. I don't know what they do to fix Galeflight, but it does feel too good. All right, fellas. It has been fun, but I think it is about time for me. I'm gonna go ahead and go. I have some stuff I gotta do before it gets too late. I will talk to the well, I'll try to get in contact with devs and try to share this list for you guys as best I can. And we can kind of go from there. So, hope you guys enjoyed the talk, and hopefully you guys enjoy, like the list that we made. I think it ended up turning out pretty well, to be honest with you. I'm gonna raid Entry before we go, okay? So feel free to join that if you like. Thank you all for watching the stream. I should see you guys tomorrow as well. So thank you all. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good rest of your day. All right. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Appreciate it. Thanks for listening to me ramble, too. Lot of yapping today. Lot of talking.